if you're good for me to do that.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to assume that most of you don't know anything about me whatsoever. And I don't know anything about you guys. So I'm going to start by asking some questions and then we're going to go right in. So here's what I'd love to know. I would love to know, number one, what you do. So are you in a job? Do you have a corporate career right now and you're looking to transition? Are you running your own business? And if you are, what is that business that you currently do? And then the next thing that I'd really love to know is, what is your biggest challenge right now? And whilst you guys are telling me that, I'm going to give you a tiny bit of breakthrough kind of background to me. I'm going to do the, TLDR version, the too long don't read. So I am a serial entrepreneur. I was born in California, despite my British accent. I grew up in what you guys, I don't know what you guys would call the projects. In the UK, we'd call it council estates. I grew up in a hostel for homeless families. I say this because I think it's really important for everybody to understand that when you see successful people, it's quite easy to think that those things are beyond your reach. And it's quite easy sometimes, I think, to almost feel like what's the point in trying, because I'm never going to get there. And by the way, you might not actually want to be in a lot of the places that some of these people end up, because trust me, I know an awful lot of people have an awful lot of money who are also very, very unhappy. So that is not what we're aiming for, right? That is not the goal here. So I want to give you some context so you understand that where I've come from is a place where we had absolutely nothing. I know a lot of people share this kind of a story and it feels like it's good marketing, the rags to riches, but when it's really your truth, when, I spent 2 years living in a room smaller than my home office that I'm sat in now with my mom and my brother when I was a teenager, and I couldn't tell anyone at school where I lived because I didn't want them to bully me, and I didn't want to be, teased or tortured, all of those things, the cruel things that kids, especially young girls, do, right? And when you've had to live like that and you've had to realize very early on that, the saying is a little bit corny, but if it's to be, it's up to me. I kind of have that drilled into my DNA. And I realized very early on that if I wanted to change the trajectory of my life, that I had to do something about it, that nobody was going to do it for me. And I'm going to tell you why this is so important for this conversation today, because it is so empowering when we realize that no matter what anyone has done to us, no matter what our parents did to us, no matter what our upbringing, no matter all the things that we could look at and say, that was really, really unfair. No matter all of that, the moment that we say, okay, it was unfair, but I am radically self-aware and I'm radical with my self-responsibility, that despite all of that, actually it's my duty and my responsibility to myself to carve out my future, regardless of how many hurdles people have put in our way. And so in the course of my career, I feel incredibly fortunate. I have done many things, some of which I'm going to share with you very quickly. I've sold over 500,000 books. I'm a Sunday Times best-selling author, which is the equivalent for you guys of a New York Times bestseller. I was the first and at the time only licensed female boxing manager in the entire world. I managed world title fights when I was just 21. I have an economics degree from the London School of Economics, and I was actually doing my economics degree at the same time as working with the then super middleweight champion, Chris Eubank. Not the kind of career start that most people have when they go to a school like the London School of Economics. I went from there to working around a kitchen table with Sir James Dyson, yes, of the Dyson vacuum cleaner and hairdryer fame. 10 years ago, James wrote the foreword to my first book called Stop Talking, Start Doing. At this point, for all the Brits, I probably sound like a braggadocious twat. And for all the Americans, you're cheering me on. I wish us Brits would take a little bit of that Americanism and actually embrace people who, and by the way, I'm not saying that the Brits on this call will be doing that, but I feel like as a Brit, I'm always saying to people when I talk about the stuff I've done, I always feel like I have to humble myself. I feel like I have to say, oh, but, and I would say the Americans are much better at being really proud of what they've achieved, at owning their success. And I think that's a really good thing. I think it's a really good thing to be proud of who we are and proud of our journeys, as long as we are always looking at ways in which we can take people on those journeys with us. And that for me has been the North Star of my entire career. I believe a rising tide lifts all ships. And I believe in equity, not just equality, over everything. And so I've spent my whole career being incredibly focused on leveling the playing field for people who haven't had, maybe the easiest of starts, people who have come from a similar background to me, a disenfranchised background, a marginalized background, people who haven't had it so easy. For me, I want to level that playing field. And I've spent my entire career doing it. And so when I was awarded the MBE, it was actually for my services to business and entrepreneurship, not for my singing. And it was one of my proudest moments because I got to take my grandma, who, by the way, is going to be 100 next month, to the palace with me. So imagine this. You go from living in a hostel for homeless families to being at Buckingham Palace. Now, I tell you that story because what I want to share with you is that, without sounding cliched or trite, the truth really is this is possible for anyone. I don't have any magic sauce. I am not more intelligent than anyone else. I probably do take more action than other people. I probably am more resilient, and I probably am more prepared to fail. And the thing about taking action, and this is I'm going to look at your comments in a minute, but the thing about taking action, so my superpower, I have a few, but one of my superpowers, which I want to share with you today, is taking action, taking real decisive action. My first book was called Stop Talking, Start Doing. And because I take massive action, I tend to get ahead faster and further than other people. But guess what? I also fail more than other people. And I know there is a famous basketballer. I'm sure one of you guys knows who it was, because I can't remember which one it was. I'm going to say it was Michael Jordan, but it might not have been. It might have been LeBron. Who talked about the fact that the reason why they had, the most hoops shot, whatever you guys call it, boxing's my thing, not basketball, is because he took more shots than anyone else. And he also missed more than anyone else. And he missed more than anyone else because he took more shots than anyone else. And that's what I really want to start our conversation with today, is you miss every shot you don't take. And so if you want to succeed, if you want to scale, if you want to get out of the weeds, this is something we are going to talk about. If you want to get out of the weeds of your business and you want to scale, you have to take the shots, and you have to know that in taking the shots, you're going to miss. Things aren't going to work out. Things won't always be perfect. But if you keep doing it, you will win more than other people. Okay, right. Thank you. It was Michael Jordan. Yes, thank you. All right, let me have a look. Okay, so we've got people from Italy, from Poland, career coach at Success in Science Career Coaching, someone in Miami, financial advisor, have my own solo practice, working on breaking into paid speaking for financial wellness, transformation mediator to leaders, learners, and creatives, Ethiopia, online marketer. Oh my gosh, everything is changing, difficult to keep up regarding AI. I will touch on that a little bit. Affiliate marketing, former professor who loved supporting students and what they could do with science whilst you were teaching. Mark here from DC, coach and community builder in the facility space. Hurdle. Took a biz to solid 7 figures, exited, working to replicate, and honestly struggle. I'm always comparing current Mark with past Mark. Oh, Mark, okay, I'm going to talk to this as well. Everybody else who hasn't told me what their current struggle is, can you please tell me in the chat now, what is the one thing that you are struggling with in your business or your career the most right now? Because if I can solve it in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to. So I want to know in the comments. So here's what I'm going to share with you today. And then I'm going to get into answering some of these questions because I really want to make it as interactive as possible. The 3 things that I've learned that stand in the way between me and achieving what I want are this. Number 1, staying stuck in the weeds. Do you guys have that phrase? Let me know if you have that phrase. So in the UK, what staying stuck in the weeds means is that instead of working on the business, you are so caught up working in the business. You don't delegate because you are micromanaging everything, because you think that nobody's going to do it as well as you, and I might as well just do it myself, because by the time I've explained it to somebody else, I could have just done it and I would have done it better than everyone else. So does that make sense? Stuck in the weeds? Yes, you do. Okay. So getting stuck in the weeds is the number 1 thing. First thing. So the first thing you guys need to focus on is, how do you get out of the weeds? Well, I'm going to give you a couple of tips. you hire before you think you need to. And the first position you should hire is an executive assistant, an EA. And the way that you make an EA incredibly useful for you is you make sure that that EA has a playbook or a standard operating procedure, SOP, so that rather than hiring an EA who should pick up all of the admin for you and keep you out of the weeds, and some of you may already have done this, but some of you may also have hired an EA, but not had, if you're being honest, a real playbook for them. So they knew exactly when to schedule your meetings. They knew exactly if you fly, what airlines you want to fly and what times you want to fly. They know exactly what your food and dietary preferences are. And because they don't know all of these things, they keep coming back to you for questions. And then it becomes annoying because you think, why can't they read my mind and just do the job? So here's one thing that I will give you if anybody wants it. I have a phenomenal playbook that I have built over probably the last 3 years. It's a Google Doc. You can all have it for free. And it's probably about 8 pages long. And it's what I use in my business for my EAs. And you can just replace the things that I put in there are personal for you things. Don't worry, there's no financial details in there, but there's everything from when my EA is booking what flight, not just what airlines do I want to fly on, what airport do I want to fly from, what seat do I want on the plane, when she's booking my lunch meetings, which restaurants do I want to go to, what times am I prepared to go, when should she schedule things in my diary, when should she never schedule anything in my diary, reminding family birthdays, the whole shebang, anything you can possibly think of that an EA could do to save me time so I can work on my business instead of in it. It's in this playbook. I mean, it is so detailed and it's been updated constantly over 3 years. So you're going to get, in my opinion, something incredibly valuable that you can literally plug and play. You will need to replace your, calendar, your preferences with mine, but it will save you, oh my gosh, it will save you days and days of work and it will help your EA be far more effective. So number one is getting stuck in the weeds. Number two is getting in our own way. And this is all a mindset thing. This is about how, if we're being honest, 9 out of 10 times, our biggest challenge is ourselves. It is getting in our own way. It's doing things like Mark is talking about, which is comparing previous Mark with current Mark. And I'll be honest, Mark, because I have been very guilty of this, so I understand this firsthand. I was very lucky to have had a lot of success at a very young age, which actually makes it quite difficult as you get older because you're constantly comparing what you did before to what you're doing now. Whereas other people are just looking at what you're doing now and thinking you're doing great. And so they're thinking you're doing great and you're thinking, damn, I'm only playing I'm playing at 40%. But the truth is, Mark, that is also getting in our own way. So ways that we get in our own way are, number one, allowing limiting self-beliefs to actually derail us from the path that we're on. Number two, not understanding the difference between a dip and a dead end. This is where we've had a sunk cost into a business, a project, a business partnership, and we think I've invested so much time, effort, money into this person, this relationship, this business partnership, this project. Even though I know this feels like a dead end, it sounds like a dead end, it looks like a dead end, I'm still going. I'm going to keep going. That's what's called a sunk cost in business. And being really self-aware of how we get in our own way. So for me, when I start to get in my own way, I start to procrastinate. So I know when I start to procrastinate, oh, hold up a second. That's a trigger for me to go, you're procrastinating. Okay, I know you're procrastinating, Shah, but why? What is going on with you right now, Shah, that you're procrastinating? Because when you procrastinate, I know that is when you're standing in your own way. So that's my trigger, right? So my trigger, my self-awareness is every time I procrastinate, I take a step back and go, okay, I know that I am actually getting in my own way. So why is that? And what can I do about it? All right. And then the third thing is we try to do it all ourselves, right? We just try to do everything ourselves. And I don't mean quite the way I did in the EA. We don't want to ask for help, right? So we think, I've got this, I'm just going to do it, instead of taking a step back and going, actually, I'm not sure. Who can I ask for help? And proactively and constantly reach out for help and ask people. So I'm going to, those are the 3 things I want to share with you that I think stand in almost everybody's way from going from where you're at right now to actually scaling. So what you want to do is you need to hire, you need to get out of the weeds, right? You got to get out of the weeds, number 1. You got to get out of your own way, number 2, and you've got to start hiring a team. And that's a team beyond the EA, so that you can actually start scaling and you can move into a position where you're operating your zone of genius and you've got other team members who are actually doing the execution. All right, so let me see. Okay. So Mark, I hope that helps a little bit. Current Mark versus past Mark. I feel that one because I do experience that quite frequently myself, and I just have to have a strong word with myself and recognize that actually I think life is like a book. We go through different chapters. And Mark, I will tell you that right now, currently, I am working on something that if I pull it off, it will make past Shah look like she was just playing in the kindergarten playground. So you never know when your biggest opportunity is going to come along. Because I would say that right now I'm currently in a situation where this would be the biggest opportunity and the biggest thing I've ever done in my career, which, by the way, 6 months ago, I would never have thought I'd be saying. Okay, current struggle is attracting clients. So one of the things I think, and I'm sure somebody will touch on this a bit in more detail later on, but selling in the DMs through social selling, I think for me, converting, so sales and marketing, you can't have sales without marketing. So we've got to attract the clients first, and then we've got to convert them. I would say to you, you have to up your social game, whether you like it or not. And as a strategy, if I was choosing between spending $5,000 a month on Facebook ads or PPC and $5,000 a month on content marketing and content marketing creation, I would spend it on content marketing and content marketing creation. I know you might say, I don't have $5,000 to spend. That's fine. If you don't have any money to spend, that's also fine, because that is the beauty of content marketing. The truth is we all have more time than we like to think. And the other truth is we also need to get out of our own way and just create the damn content, because the way that people will relate to you, the way that people will want to work with you is by actually understanding who you are. And you can't do that when you're stuck behind a email, although email is really important. Okay, how long have I got? A couple more minutes, because I want to answer some of these questions. Is that right? Cool.
Couple more minutes. Yeah.
Okay. I've got it. Okay. So converting, being stuck in the weeds. Mark, I think that might be you. So converting, stuck in the weeds. So if you're stuck in the weeds, the answer is to become self-aware when you're doing it. Write down the list of tasks that have to be done on a consistent, frequent basis that you're doing that you can pass over to somebody else, and hire an absolutely brilliant EA and use my EA playbook and pass everything over to them that you possibly can. Converting, I really believe in social selling. I really believe in selling through the DMs, whether it's LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram. I don't believe in doing calls, and I can close in the DMs up to $20,000 pretty easily if they're the right clients, because that's what it's all about, right? It's all about alignment. It's all about attracting the right clients, and then selling becomes very easy. Monetizing a personal brand to leave a job. More content. Not sure what marketing tactic to focus on. It seems like I don't know how to do anything. Okay, that's a bigger challenge. I have raving fans, but I have limited reach. I target students and early career professionals in science and medicine. What do you do with them? So I would say to you, reading through, because there's so many questions, and I know I'm going to get kicked off here shortly. Yes, the damn content and get out. Yeah, create the damn content and get out of your damn way. Social versus email. Oh, sorry, I'm speaking fast because I'm trying to get through everything before I get kicked off. So apologize. I'm going to try to speak a little bit slower. So for me, the holy grail is this. Your number one asset is your email list. Make no mistake. There was a couple of years ago, my Facebook account got hacked, and I lost not just my Facebook ad account. I lost my Facebook business page. I lost my personal Facebook account, and I lost my Instagram account. and I lost them for 6 months. And the only way I got it back, and this isn't a joke, I actually went to my local MP, which for you would be your Congress person. And my local MP threatened Facebook that they were going to bring it up in Parliament if I didn't get my account back, because it was so obvious it wasn't my fault. And the reason why my MP was prepared to do this was because certainly in the UK, they refuse to speak to any of their customers. So you can't get anywhere with Facebook. They just don't care. And so I'm very lucky that I got it back. Now, for another business, you could have been out of business. So here's what you want to do. You want to create lead magnets, or what I like to call ethical bribes, which is a piece of content that you can put out on social media. There is an ethical bribe that says, hey, I've got this piece of content. I'm going to ethically bribe you with this piece of content in exchange for your email address. And then you start to build your email list. Your email list is absolutely categorically the single most important thing in your business. And if you haven't got one right now, that's okay, but start one today. What you always want to be doing is driving people from your social channels and onto your email list. You could create a weekly newsletter. You could create ethical bribes and lead magnets. You could do online workshops like this, which people have to give their email address to in order to sign up. There are so many different ways you can do that. But if you're building an audience from scratch, or you just want to build a bigger audience, you need to get out there more. You need to be doing more social. You need to be creating more videos. You need to be getting on and running workshops like this and doing summits like this. That's the facts. Anything else that other people tell you is just not true. You cannot flick a switch and grow an audience. You can't sit there and passively grow an audience. You need to be active about it. And the truth is, the more you do it, the bigger your audience. Just a fact. Okay.
Well, while you had a breath there, Shah, first of all, everything that you shared is absolutely incredible. I just want to chime in on one thing, because you talked a little bit about like DMs and having conversations in DMs. And I know this from knowing you a bit, that you're also incredible at building real life relationships. like you are so like for real in your skin, like gonna connect with people, gonna shake their hands, give them a hug. Like, and I don't want them to miss that, because it is like really, really in a major point. Like you're incredible at building relationships. And when people are thinking DMs and social selling and these kinds of things, it's like, okay, yeah, you need to go care about people.
Oh, let's be real about why I can do it so well, is because I care about people, right?
100%.
So what I'm not doing is selling things to people who can't afford it. I'm not selling things to people who don't need it. I'm not using manipulation tactics or preying on people's vulnerability. I've got a huge track record that everybody can go and check out. But as you said, for me, relationships are your greatest currency. Real individual people is your greatest currency. And for me, that has been the bedrock of my entire career. It's because I do really genuinely care, and I don't look over someone's shoulder thinking, oh, I wonder who else is more important in the room than the person I'm talking to, because I hate that shit, right? And actually, I invest in the long run. When I mean invest, I mean I invest in building long-term relationships. There's people that I have worked with for 25 years, right? From day one. There are people I've worked with for a very, very long time. So when I talk about social selling, it's probably quite different to what most people think. So most people will probably be thinking, oh, that's that spammy, like this instantaneous ManyChat, and when you're trying to sell like things. And it's really not. What it is a conversation. And you can have a conversation on any platform. We're having a conversation right now. So we could take this conversation and we could have that conversation on Instagram. You could follow me on Instagram and we could have a conversation. You could follow me on LinkedIn, and we could have a conversation. All it really is it's about having conversations. But the beautiful thing about social selling is you can have those conversations at scale.
100%. Well, Shah, first of all, thank you for everything that you shared. 100%.
I struggled to.
This rings so true, because that's literally how we connected.
It's hard, man. It's hard. 20 minutes.
Oh, I know. Oh my goodness. But you're amazing. And also the things that you shared, for anyone that was tuning in to her conversation and what she's sharing with you, we will make sure that you get the download that she mentioned. And there are also other tools in terms of her skill set and knowledge base from how she helps her communities with email marketing and building up lists and all that kind of stuff. We'll make sure that you get that as well. So we'll get you in
Can I
front of
just
that so you have a way to go deeper with her.
Yeah, I was just going to say before I jump off, I know that I've given you guys access to, we have a program called the Weekend Guide to, because I want to keep everything really simple. So we have something called the Weekend Guide to creating your first digital product and the Weekend Guide to building an audience. And I've given you guys access to all of those for free, because if you need to build an audience, go there. And if you want to start focusing on the conversions and digitizing your knowledge and your expertise, go to that one. And it does what it says on the tin. You can do the whole thing in a weekend.
Well, Sean, what's the best way for them to go deeper with you?
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. If you guys, if English isn't your first language, I apologize. I do speak fast, and I'm trying to put a lot in to these 20 minutes. So what I would say is connect with me on LinkedIn, or come and send me a message on Instagram. Instagram is probably the best way to get a quick response from me. And unusual name, very easy to find. All you need to do is put my actual name in into Instagram. There's only one of me, and it's the same on LinkedIn.
Awesome. Well, Shaw, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here and have you share with the community and all the things that you've been through and everything that you've done to help really transform lots of people's lives, including our own. We were so honored to have you. Yeah, I just love everything that you shared. When I think about like the components that really make up a difference for someone being able to make those leaps, you really covered that. So it's really amazing.
Because when we overcomplicate things, we get overwhelmed. And when we get overwhelmed, we procrastinate. And when we procrastinate, we don't move forward. And the truth is, success loves momentum. So you just always want to be moving forwards. Some days you'll take big strides and some days you'll take little steps. But if you're always moving forward, that's the path you want to go.
1,000,000%. No better way than to share that, man. Shah, you're awesome. For everyone that wants to go deeper with her, like I said, we'll make sure to get her information so you can go and learn from all the brilliant entrepreneurs that she's helped over the years, many of them turning their businesses into 7, 8-figure businesses. So you are definitely in good hands. So Shah, once again, you're amazing. And yeah, thank you for everything you shared today.
Thanks, guys. Have a great rest of the day. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
All right. Shah, man, she's just so incredible. And it's so funny too when she says, everyone's going to think I'm going to come up here and sing. Not that she can't sing, but oh my God, that's so funny. Truly world-class entrepreneur. So guys, so next we're going to move into our next speaker. We're going to bring up the incredible Carlos Gill. Carlos is, first of all, like a brand evangelist. This guy knows his way around publishing and stages and everything brand. And you're going to learn very quickly if you don't know him or you're not familiar with him. Carlos is just out of this world. So I'm going to go ahead and bring him up here so he can come share his awesomeness with you guys as well. That should have brought him up here, but it's not working. Let's give him a second here. There he is. There's the man.
How's it going?
Carlos, how are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Just sharing all the brilliant stuff with all the people, man. So good to see you.
Likewise. Always a pleasure to see you. I am uploading my my slides here. How's the conference so far?
Well, just looking at the chat, people are getting a lot of good stuff from it, man. Getting a lot of good stuff. We're talking about email list building. We're talking about DMs and relationship building and how to think from a mindset perspective of how to grow their businesses. So yeah, Shaw really dropped a lot of knowledge bombs on them. So really, really cool. And super excited to hear what you got to share, man. And for anyone that doesn't know, by the way, like this guy does all the things, right? A brand evangelist, obviously, he does a lot with Get Response around the world on the biggest stages. And I'm just so thankful to have him come in and share all of the things that he does with you.
For sure. So first of all, before I jump into it, I just want to say thank you to you LaShawn, as well as Phil and Carrie for putting together this amazing event, Impact and Scale Summit. I represent Get Response. We're one of the partners for the event, and I'll share with you more about Get Response, here in a moment. But also make sure that you stick around at the later part of today because I'm going to be doing a demo as well. So I'm really excited to share that with the audience. So can you see the slides here on the screen?
I can see your slides. You're ready to go. I'm gonna get out of your way.
So I'll just run right into it because I know that I've got about 20 minutes. So hello, my name is Carlos Gill. I am the U.S. brand evangelist for Get Response. I have worked in digital marketing since 2008. I would consider myself an OG in the space. I've had the distinct honor of leading social media on the corporate side for many brands throughout my career, one of the most notable being LinkedIn. And I've spent time not only on the corporate side, but also as an entrepreneur. So when LaShawn and Phil and Carrie approached me about getting involved with this event, I consider myself first and foremost an entrepreneur through and through. I have ran multiple businesses of my own. I've had success scaling those businesses. And much of what you're going to hear me talk about over the next 20 minutes or so derives from my book, The End of Marketing, that came out in 2019, but also from the learnings of a career that spans almost 20 years working in digital marketing, specifically in social media. So you see the title of my presentation here on the screen, Owned versus Rented Land, How to Take Back Control of Your Audience and Revenue. Before I get started, I just want to tee it up from saying, look, I am one of the biggest proponents of social media marketing. Social media has completely transcended my career. It's helped provide for myself, my family. But as social media has progressed, I have seen firsthand that you running a business today cannot rely on social media alone. Social networks themselves are very noisy, for one. You have creators, entrepreneurs, businesses all vying for limited attention, limited reach. But then also these social networks themselves are designed not to help businesses grow. And it's really important that we start this conversation of owned versus rented land coming from the standpoint of these social networks operate like data aggregation platforms. They operate very similar to advertising networks. So while to you and I, a TikTok or an Instagram or a LinkedIn seems like it's a social network, these social networks themselves are in the business of selling ad space. They're in the business of collecting data and then reselling that data. What does this mean to you as a business owner or as an operator or just someone that's using these mediums? It's very simple. You cannot rely on these mediums alone to grow your business. Last year, when Get Response approached me about taking this role of their US brand evangelist, I was really excited about it, and I still am, because I'd never worked for an email service provider throughout my career. I have used email marketing. I've worked as a consumer and as a corporate marketer with a lot of the different systems and platforms that you're probably familiar with and have probably heard. But I've never actually worked on the inside of an ESP. So I looked at this as an opportunity to really be able to help shift the culture and the conversations amongst marketers and entrepreneurs. So this whole theory of owned versus rented land is one that you're going to hear me talk about here in this presentation. But I don't want you necessarily to think of social media versus email. I want you to think about how you can use social media and email together and how you can go from renting your digital real estate to actually owning it. And it's a very, I don't want to say misleading narrative because it's not. A lot of people think that when I say owned versus rented, that I'm implying that you need to get rid of social media and stop using social media. And that's not the case at all. I'm a big proponent, once again, for using all these tools in unison. But you need to ask yourself this question. Are you building your business on rented land? Meaning, are you relying predominantly on social media to help you reach your audience, promote your business, get leads, and get sales? If you are, and you're not using email marketing, then you need to stop what you're doing right now and you need to find ways to incorporate email marketing into your marketing stack, right? And how you do that is the formula that I'm about to share with you. But you see here on the screen, social media networks themselves, it's rented land, it's rented territory, it's rented audiences. You don't own a single follower. You don't own a single like. Even the content that you're sharing, as soon as you share that content, you're handing over control of that content to the social networks. The way that these social networks operate, whether it's YouTube or Instagram or LinkedIn or Facebook, TikTok, is they rely on all of us users in order for them to be able to stay relevant. Think about this concept for just one moment. If a week went by and no one posted on TikTok, what would happen? People would lose interest in TikTok. They would naturally gravitate to the next social network. It might be Instagram. It might be LinkedIn. It might be something else. A few months ago, when TikTok was threatened to be banned in the United States, what happened? Blue Sky pops up. All of a sudden, every social media marketer in my network is creating a Blue Sky account. They're claiming their username. So what I've seen working in this industry now for almost 20 years is consumers themselves are not loyal to the platforms, but they realize that they need the platforms. The platforms themselves are not loyal to the users, right? So again, it's this push versus pull, it's this own versus rented, mentality. So I say this once again, because if you're relying on these social networks to help you grow brand awareness, drive business, generate leads, then you are leaving all that control in the hands of someone else's business. You're leaving all that control up to the algorithms. And you see here the stats, right? Even this stat I feel is pretty generous, but let's just kind of run with it for 1 second. Facebook's average organic reach rate is approximately 2.6%. So let's just round it up and say 3%. If you have 1,000 followers on, let's say, Instagram or on Facebook, and you're only reaching 3% of that audience, you don't really have 1,000 followers. You really have 30. You're working with 30 people, right? So you're doing all this work to create content, and it's really not being seen. So what happens if those people go away? What happens if the algorithm changes from one day to another, and even that little minimal reach that you're getting goes away? Well, your brand naturally goes away with it. Now, with that being said, let me share with you a very quick story. A couple years ago, my brother-in-law and I, we started up a sneaker resale store here in Jacksonville, Florida, where I live, called the Hype Section. We relied on social media as the primary driver of business for our store. We use social media to promote events, autograph signings, sales in the store, flash sales, you name it. Social media, predominantly TikTok and Instagram, were our go-to avenue to promote that business. Well, we're a few months into the business and our account gets hacked. Our Facebook business manager gets hacked. The hacker not only took down our Facebook page, but they took down our Instagram account. Our Instagram account really was the lifeline for our business to be able to communicate with our customers and with the community that we had built here in our backyard. Well, once our Instagram account went away and we had no way to communicate with our customer base or our followers, what do you think happened to our business? Business started to decline. It went down, down and down and down until we had to fight tooth and nail to get our account back up. And that required me going on LinkedIn, finding people that work at Meta, starting to call in favors, you name it, right? Our account was down for about a month. I've heard this story happen over and over with a lot of different creators and a lot of different businesses. And this in itself, back then, made me realize if I have a microphone like this that speak to marketers and to business owners, you best believe I'm going to talk to them about email marketing, because at that point in time, we didn't really have an email marketing program. Yes, we were collecting emails at the point of sale, but we weren't really doing anything with them. And it brings me to this point. The future of marketing really belongs to those that own their audience. And you see here the comparison on the left side of the screen of social media compared to the right. So you've got social media and then you've got email. First, social media, it's phenomenal for discovery. And even though I say it's phenomenal, you're still very limited, right? Because you have to gamify the system in order to get reach. You have hashtags. Your content needs to hit someone hard within the first microsecond of it hitting someone's screen on their phone. I often compare marketing on social media today to almost like the Tinder effect, right? If your content doesn't look attractive within the first second of someone seeing it, they're going to keep swiping. They're going to move on to the next piece of content. So even though social media is great for discovery, it takes a lot of work and it's not a scalable business model. Email, on the flip side, it's direct. You have direct access. There's no middleman. If I have 1,000 contacts in my email list right now, I can send them an email. It goes directly to their inbox, unless they have some spam controls or filters set up that makes it harder. But if my email is optimized in a way that's intended to engage and not sell, then I'm able to bypass the algorithms, bypass the middleman, and go direct to my customer. Then you've got the pure stats, right? So the great thing about working with GetResponse, being an email service provider, is GetResponse is one of the oldest email service providers in the industry. They've been around since the late 90s. They have access to a lot of internal data. And every year, GetResponse publishes what's known as their annual US benchmark report. They actually have a global benchmark report, and then they have the US benchmark report. So last year, GetResponse analyzed the performance of over 5 billion emails sent through their platform, with over 1 billion of them being sent through the United States, or to people in the United States. With that being said, the data that came out of it showed that over 32% open rate for emails being sent. Now, I'm going to repeat that again. Through GetResponse, the average open rate of an email is 32%. Average view rate or open rate on Facebook, being very generous, is right under 3%. That's a big drop off. That's a big disparity. So when you think about, again, the impact of social media versus email being that's direct, there's no algorithm. Even if you have a much smaller number, you're going to see a much higher impact when it comes to visibility of your content. For me personally, being that I've segmented my list out into multiple different segments, whenever I send an email, my open rate tends to skew between 40 to 60%. Let's just even say at 32%, I don't know anybody, not even Mr. Beast, that when they post content, 30% of their audience on social is seeing that content. If it's you watching this, please let me know. I would love to follow your accounts. But again, the impact of email compared to social, it's not even in the same league. Which brings me to that final point. Marketers who build their audiences can monetize on their terms. If you have a sale, if you have an offer, if you want to get the word out, you don't have to rely on the algorithm weeding out your content because your content is optimized to sell. It's not optimized to engage. And I often find myself, whenever I'm doing a training on social media marketing, I always let the audience know, if your content's optimized to sell, not to engage, don't even post it. The algorithm is going to find certain keywords in your content, and it's going to deprioritize your content. Now, here's what happens often, especially in the last year. I go to a lot of different events. I just came back from Social Media Marketing World. Before that, I was at South by Southwest. And I often will meet marketers, successful marketers, that have a big presence on social. And I ask them, well, are you using email? And they say, no, email's dead. That is the biggest misconception that has ever been told. Email, especially in this day and age where the pendulum is swinging back in the favor of email marketing and newsletters, because you see what's happening with TikTok, because you have decreased reach, email's hot again. And if you're watching this right now and you're not using email, we're going to change that after today. You need to be in the mind frame of every single person you meet in real life. You need to collect their data. Your website, every visitor that goes to your website, you need to have a pop-up. You need to have a lead magnet. You need to have a mechanism that you're taking all this traffic on social, or the limited reach that you have on social, and you're driving it into your email newsletter. You need to start being in the mind frame of, how do I convert every contact, every follower into an email subscriber? And you see here the breakdown, this funnel in front of you. Your social media followers, that's borrowed attention, right? Social media is not going away, at least for the foreseeable future. So keep using your Instagram, keep using your TikTok, keep posting on LinkedIn, but realize that it's all borrowed territory. It could go away tomorrow. I often get asked this question: if your personal brand, Carlos, went away tomorrow, what would you do? And I chuckle and say, I'd be fine, because I've spent the last 15 years as a public speaker gathering data. Every single one of my keynotes that I do in person, I usually have a mechanism within that keynote to drive people to opt into my newsletter, whether I'm giving away a ebook, whether I have a funnel set up, even if it's just putting my email address on the screen. I normally will start a talk by saying, hey, I'm going to speak for the next 60 minutes. I'm not going to have time for Q&A. Here's my email address. Take a photo of this and save it. And if you have any questions, you can email me at the end of this presentation. And guess what happens? I get off stage. I have people have opted in. I have people, dozens of people that have sent me emails, and all those emails go right into my GetResponse account, right? So you see here the funnel. Social media, it's where you post content for brand awareness. Email, it's your own direct channel. And then the money, the sales that you make, it's not through social. It is through the relationship that you build over time by nurturing those contacts using email. Now, what happens if you're not using email? Goes back to that question. If social media disappeared tomorrow, would your business survive? One platform going down like a TikTok can cripple a lot of people. For those of you that aren't old enough to remember, Vine, there was a lot of people that when Vine went away, they lost their whole business. Meerkat was another one of those platforms. Blab was another one. Over the years of being in this industry, there have been different platforms that have been hot for one season and then they cease to exist. And the users that didn't back up their data or have a plan B and C if that channel went away, their business goes away with it. And I'll share with you a very real, I know that I have very limited time here, but I'll share with you a very real scenario that even I myself, as someone who's invested a very long time of his life building a following, Twitter, right? Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, doesn't have the same appeal as it once used to. Doesn't seem to have the same community as it once used to. So even I wrestle with the very real question as a marketing thought leader: do I need to be on Twitter? Do I need to be posting content on X? It's not really being seen and I'm paying for premium. And the answer is no, I really don't need to be there. You don't need to be on the platforms where you're not getting reach. You should be on the platforms where you're showing up. There's a community built in. You're getting reach, but you also need to find ways to back up that data. You need to find mechanisms and ways to get people from social media or from the social network over into your email funnel or email newsletter. And here's how you do it, right? So 3 steps to monetizing without social media's control. We'll go through this quickly. And if you have any questions, once again, email me. I'll drop my email here in the chat. But with that being said, it starts with building your list. The easiest way to build your list is with a lead magnet or a landing page or an incentive to grow your subscribers. For those of you that stick around throughout the day, and hopefully it's all of you, I'm going to show you the inner workings of Get Response later on. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to walk you through the whole platform. But within Get Response, you can build a lead magnet. If you're familiar with ClickFunnels, it's very similar to ClickFunnels. You can build a lead magnet. That lead magnet's tied to your email list. So whenever you're on, for example, LinkedIn, and you're providing thought leadership with regards to your industry, or you launch your course, then you use that lead magnet as a way to give away the game for free or give something away for free in exchange for an email address. And since we're talking about courses, as soon as I'm done speaking here, I'm going to drop it here in the chat. I have a course on Get Response that I use for lead gen. It's completely free. It's 40 modules, very well produced. It's a completely free course. And I find myself giving that away for free because of the value exchange. I'm going to give you a course that otherwise I would charge hundreds of dollars for, but you're going to give me your email address in exchange for that access. That's a lead magnet. Landing pages serve as a very similar function. If you create a landing page, you have a pop-up on that landing page. Upon visit to the website, someone opts in, they get on your newsletter. And then there's the nurture and engage sequence. I see Phil is here. He's probably going to start playing the music to get me off stage here. I promise I got one more slide. But then there's the nurture and engage sequence. Right? A big mistake a lot of marketers make when it comes to email is as soon as they get that email, they want to start selling to the audience. They want to give them their $99 offer in their course. They want to sell them a book. That's the wrong way to do email marketing. You need to warm the audience up. And the way you do that is take some of your best performing content on social and drop it into an email. Get the audience to feel comfortable with learning about you and engaging with you and your brand through email. And then once you've nurtured the audience is when the monetization comes in. That's when the offer comes in. That's when the course, the conference comes into play, the mastermind. So here are 4 quick things that you can do starting today after Impact and Scale Summit. First of all, stop depending on social media to drive results for your business. I think it's pretty easy. Hopefully over the last 20 minutes, you've been convinced that you cannot rely on social. Start building your email list today. It's going to be your direct line communication to your audience. Use email and marketing automation to your advantage. You don't need to send out an email every single day and do it yourself. Get Response has the infrastructure for you to set it and forget it through marketing automation tools I'm going to share with you. And then own your audience. It's very simple. If you own your audience, now you're in the driver's seat of controlling what happens when you post content. Before I turn it back over to Phil, I just want to say once again, thank you to Phil, LaShawn, Carrie for partnering with Get Response on Impact and Scale. We have a special offer for you guys. If you scan this QR code, you're going to be able to save a few dollars off your Get Response account. But I want to tee off by saying that sign up for the free trial. Sign up for the free trial. You get up to 500 contacts in your Get Response account with unlimited sending. So you can use Get Response for 30 days. You can send as many emails as you want, up to 500 contacts. So for those of you that have a smaller list, if you want to just kind of play around with the features, sign up. And then once you're ready to convert by scanning this QR code and going to the link, you'll be able to save 15% off your subscription going forward. So I know I covered a lot in a short period of time, but Phil, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carlos. You and I have known each other for probably a decade, and the progression in your career has been incredible. But I think the transition from seeing you as a social media thought leader to understanding this foundation of the email is maybe the most profound, because you've built a business, whereas before you were seeking to be known as a thought leader. So I think I want to call that out. I remember you pitching me to speak at Social Media Marketing World. Now you're there as an evangelist, helping people understand the foundation has to be email. Anything you'd like to say about that?
So first of all, thank you, Phil, for acknowledging that. And Phil's right. He has provided me with opportunities to speak on the social media marketing stage, which has opened up a lot of doors throughout my career. I was actually just at Social Media Marketing World, not as a speaker, but Get Response is one of the sponsors of the event just a couple of weeks ago. And I love this stage, like Phil alluded to, of my career, because I've been able to see marketing from different lenses. I've been on the corporate side where it's just been all about social and drinking from the social media fire hose. But then I've also been on the independent side as a consultant, advising companies. I've been on the side as a business owner, as a course creator, as a personal brand. And I've seen that you cannot rely on just one channel. You have to have an omni-channel presence. And now that I've had the opportunity to work with Get Response and actually work on the inside of an ESP and really look at the data, it really makes me feel much more empowered than I ever have in my career to be able to go out into forums like this and not just teach, but really teach with conviction and authority, because the data backs it up.
Fantastic. Well, Carlos, you've already dropped your Instagram account. Drop your email if people have questions. Folks, if you've got anything that's a takeaway from this session, or even a question that Carlos could answer in the chat, please drop that in there right now. And thank you again to Carlos. I'd like to transition. Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to transition to one of the co-creators of this event, and that is not LaShawn. This is actually Dr. Carrie. They're sharing the same microphone and camera today, so they'll keep the same name there. Carrie and I have known each other for a few years through common contacts, people that she has served. But last year we began connecting because she got involved with music in her local community, and that stood out to me because I'm a musician. That began a conversation, and she began coaching me on courses. And one of the things that stood out, Carrie, about you is that you have a completion rate that is unparalleled in the course creation world. You see results around 97% of people completing their course, where most people who create courses get probably less than 10% of their customers who finish it. And so today she's going to talk to you about that background and how we can learn from her expertise. So take it away, Carrie. And I don't know if we can get Carlos to take his slides off. There we go. All right, your turn, Carrie.
All right. Hey guys, thank you so much. And thank you, Phil, for A, building this with us, and then B, for that nice intro. I appreciate you. Phil, can you do one last thing before you go and just make sure that you guys can see my slides? Is that showing for you? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Just want to make sure before I run down a track that doesn't work. Okay. There we go. Okay, guys. So today I am taking a normally 45-minute presentation, adding to it and trying to get it done in 25 minutes. The world of online courses has changed and adjusted with AI, and I just want to impress upon you some of the things that are really standing out to me on the course creation side and what it means to create value inherently that's going to stand the test of time. Okay. Because that's really what we're looking at in this kind of a space, in this kind of world. So I will speak a little quickly, but I'm going to try to make sure that you get everything you possibly can out of this. And I am so grateful that you're here today and that you've had the opportunity to meet some of the people that mean the most to me in the world. Mr. LaShawn Curb, and of course, Phil, and also some of our good friends, Shaw and Carlos, and they've been bringing such amazing value. I've been in the background listening to everybody, and it's just been fabulous so far. So thank you for that. So today we're going to talk about how to make a product out of thin air that sells. We're looking at scaling with online courses, and this is really scaling in terms of like getting your time back. You can always make more money. You absolutely cannot make more time. So this is one of the ways that we look at that. This presentation is designed for someone that's getting started or has been in the game for a while. And it's for you if you want to create courses, memberships, workshops, trainings, you name it. I've done it all. Online courses can help you scale and create impact easy. Your attendees will receive an actionable framework on how to curate ideas and form a curriculum that includes clear milestones to your audience transformation. Who am I? I am a best-selling author of The Completed Course. I am one of Huffington Post's must-follow women entrepreneurs. I have a legit doctorate in educational leadership with a specialization in professional development, although courses I have created have ranged into personal development and spiritual development as well. And I'm the co-creator of the Online Course Success Summit and the summit that you're on today, the Impact and Scale Summit. These are my people. We'll just go fast through that. You already met that guy. All right. Now, my journey wasn't the easiest. And Shaw talked about her journey and how I just messaged her. I'm like, wow, we have similar stories. But mine actually started with some learning disabilities, quite honestly. I witnessed something that I probably shouldn't have seen when I was 4. When I came to, I had selective mutism for 6 years. I barely spoke from the time I was 4 till the time I was 10. So not couldn't speak, just didn't speak. And that, oh gosh, you can just imagine the problems that creates in terms of like, vocal expression or vocabulary or any of those kinds of things. And I'm also dyslexic, which is a fun little thing to have on the side. So I didn't actually read until I was 10 years old. I had one teacher, Mrs. D. Taylor in Ann Arbor, Michigan, that took me from that to the highest standardized test score that school had seen in 1 year's time. And what I really learned from Mrs. Taylor and what I do to this day is the power of impact that we get to create with another human being when we both care and we know the right strategies to use. So, this summit means a lot to me. What you're doing means a lot to me. And I really, really just come from the heart on this when it comes to why I'm in it. And that impact piece is huge. And it's even more fun when you get to have scale and impact at the same time. Because let's face it, if you only make impact with a couple of people, that's great. But if you could do it with 100, that's even better, right? So the online course industry was $107 billion in 2015, $255 billion in 2017, set to hit $1 trillion in 2028. Yeah, enjoy that number. That's awesome. And as Phil mentioned, there's a 3 to 5% completion rate on average. So most of the dollars that are going into online courses are not getting people the results that are being promised. I've worked with some amazing people. One of them you'll see later on this call. Mr. Trex will be on to close out the sessions. And I've worked with some amazing companies that you might know if you're in the online marketing space. I've been very fortunate. We'll just keep going because we don't have a whole lot of time. The 3 pillars of completion that I've been able to delineate are clarify, craft, and captivate. To clarify, you got to get really, really clear on what it is you're creating, why you're creating it, who you're creating it for, and how it all stacks up inside of your business. Craft is how we actually build it through a process based on over 500 research studies on how the human brain connects to content, but basically so that every person who goes through your program can learn. And captivate is how do you get them there in the first place? Like how do you keep their interest? Because it's you know, you can have great information, but if they're not interested in it, they're going to tune you out, right? So you want all three of these in order to make sure that you are set. Yep. So I want you to think about, and Shaw probably got your wheels turning in this direction, what the ability to scale would mean for your business. And for most of us, it's the ability to not have to spend so many hours away from our family, our loved ones, our friends, just working on the business itself, right? So if you have automations, if you have things that run for you, if you can remove yourself from it, you get to focus in on what matters the most to you, and I don't know about you, but for me, that's always my family, my friends second. Some of them are like family, right? I have my sisters. And the problem we're all facing with is burnout, spinning plates, and selling without scaling. Put in the chat if you've had problems with any one of those, and I'm sure you have, and I could say all three. All right. And what most people try are courses, launches, and evergreen, but with no transformational path. And I have to point that out, that is the actual issue that we're really facing with. Course completion rates are one measurement of things. But if we look at the financial upside of creating ecosystems, right? I'm going to call them ecosystems, and I'm going to call them the customer success path. And I want you to think about those two terms interchangeably today. And I'll also go into a little bit more about what that means. But you have the actual advantage, if you're looking at an ecosystem, of increasing the amount that you can make in impact and in dollars, and they are interchangeable also, on the back end of your sales. So for instance, we had one potential client at one point that had us evaluate a program. They checked and they had a 3.9% completion rate. They were selling 100 mil annually in course sales, which is amazing. And they had other offers, but with the 3.9% completion rate, how much money do you think they were losing on the back end? Right. I mean, I'm not going to do the math on that, but a lot, right? A lot was not there. And they could have done a lot more in terms of impact and in terms of scaling their business, both. Now, when I think of your customer success path, I really think about it as a complete journey inside of a building. For me, a building is just the easiest way to go. Like a path, okay, around a Candyland or a board game, sure. But a building, there's structure to it, right? And there's some efficacy to it. And we're looking at this, I want you to think as the ground floor is where your customer avatar first join you. And if you don't have a customer avatar, please get a form on how to build and create a customer avatar, because you not only need it for your entire building, but you also need it for each floor along the way. Okay. And this is what is going to become even more important to your journey as a knowledge-based creator, as a knowledge-based business, as AI is moving in here. Okay. Because you really want to not only keep your customer with you when it comes to the lifetime value of your customer, when you're looking at there's so much more that you can create with them. But when you're looking at this, you can see it more clearly in terms of what that means for their journey, right? So when they come to you, they are one person. They start at the ground floor, and each program, each offer that you create is going to take them up a set of stairs, and they're going to be a different person when they get to the next stair or the next floor, right? And so now they're a different person. You should have a different customer avatar for that. I know that's not going to get through to everybody today, but I just want you to really clear. If you're with me, go ahead and type yes, I get it. Make sure you have a customer avatar for every offer you have. Now, the other part of it is when you see it as a building, it's a lot easier because most of us will build a one-off product or have a one-off service, right? But you don't want to build a business around a one-off service or a one-off product, especially in today's day and age. You want to make sure that you've got an entire building that you're walking them through. And this is the whole journey of where you can take them from ground floor to the ceiling or to the roof, of what that looks like in terms of their transformation. Now, most course creators are super generous and they put everything that they can inside of their online programs. And so they will condense this entire building model into one course that'll be 25 hours long that nobody gets through and nobody gets a result from, right? And they think, I want to make sure that I give them everything I can. And really, if somebody could buy a wrench from you that solved the problem, they'd buy the wrench and take back their time. And I said it earlier on the call, time is a resource that everybody isn't getting back. And I think we're becoming more and more aware of this now than I think we were in previous generations, right? Because of how much attention is being focused in all sorts of different directions at the same time, right? So your time is super, super valuable, and so is theirs. So when we're looking at each of these programs, we're looking at how are we getting our customer avatar from one place to another. And I want to make this really, really clear too. As I said before, the conversation around value is changing. So that staircase going up, that is one of your programs, whether it is your masterclass, whether it is your course, whether it is your workshop, whether it is your consulting program, you can call it whatever you want, coaching program, membership, mastermind, whatever that is that offers that transformation over that period of time has to be a unique process that you walk them through. It can't be something that they can just Google anymore, because it's not just Google, it's AI answers, right? And so they're going to feel more complete. What they want to know is what's unique from you, because truthfully, AI will not have your discernment. It won't. It won't have your discernment. It won't have your experience. All of you are here for a reason. You know that there's something inside of you, whether you've already built a successful business and are looking ways to scale more deeply, or you're wanting to build a business, you already feel it, right? And there's something I have on a spiritual level, which, whatever your beliefs are, but I believe that if something was put inside of me, it was put there for a reason, and that reason is to share. I wasn't put there for it to die with me. It was put there to impact others, right? And so I really hope you hold on to that. Please type yes in the comments if you're with me with that, right? So you've got this reason, you've got this thing, and you know it. Now it's just a matter of codifying what your process is. And I'll be really clear on this too, because like I said, the conversation around value is changing. So I'm going to flip into course creation here in a minute, but really want to get clear on this. As you go through each of your programs, it's going to become even more intensely intentional, even more intensely necessary that the person going through your program, your customer avatar, as they're going up each staircase to try to get to the end of the building, that they understand that this program is working for them. And I've changed even how I do things with my clients one-on-one inside of our online courses that we're creating now. And really, I just did one for a consultant that's doing it for a corporation. So we tied it to how can the corporation track their historical data and their KPIs to make sure that what we've just instituted for them actually makes dollars, cents, and change across the organization. Okay. Now, if you're not doing it in terms of a corporation, it's not going to be that intense, but some sort of, smart goal for each individual to assess whether or not the things that you put in place along the way are actually making that change for them. So it's holding us to a higher standard while it's holding them to a higher standards. Go ahead and type in the comments. I agree if you get that, because you're on the other side of that too. You're learning from other people. You're learning from me right now. You want to know that when you're learning something, am I actually going to get results out of this thing, or am I just on here for giggles, right? So offer has an outcome, a specific outcome. Each staircase needs to have a specific outcome that they can see, and the process is unique to you. Okay. They don't just want knowledge, they want a new identity. And you have to think about that too. You became a different person along the way, along your journey. It wasn't just something you learned, you encoded it into your system. You became a different person. Same thing for them. They want to be someone else. The ecosystem is just a building. Your course is just one floor. Each offer is a floor, recapping. And a customer success path is just a series of strategic objectives along the way. So from one floor to the next, up the staircase. Okay. And don't skip stairs. So there's actually data that says that not enough cognitive dissonance and people can't learn, and too much cognitive dissonance and people can't learn. And that just sounds like a hot mess to me. But basically, we're not going to worry about the too much right now. We're going to talk about, we're not going to worry about the not enough right now. We're going to talk about the too much. On that staircase, each step meant something. Right. And so when you're thinking about your process, you want to make sure that there's one foot in front of the other. Just imagine if you took out one stair in the staircase, you might have a difficult time getting upstairs. And your brain literally has synapses that have to wire and fire together from old information to new information in order to build that connection, in order to learn. So if you skip a stair, if you skip a step, if you're like, oh, they don't need to know that, trust me, they do. Don't do that to them. Okay, we already got that. And I already mentioned that. And the architects of transformation will win. Okay. I really want to hone in on this future proofing with AI because, the game's changed. That doesn't mean there's not a place for you. It just means that you have to do it with more intentionality. Okay. What actually scales is going to be clarity, belief, and ecosystem. And you will absolutely get there if you have all three of those things. Okay. And you are not just an expert, you're the whole architect of the building. And in fact, you can actually exponentially increase the lifetime value of your customers just by taking better care of your people. And, go ahead and say that's me in the chat if you are all about that life, because I'm sure there are tons of you on this call that have a great deal of heart. As entrepreneurs, if you exponentially increase the lifetime value of your customers while decreasing the cost per conversion, you win the game, and several other people are going to be on today talking about how to decrease the cost of conversion also. So pay attention to that. There's 3 stages in course creation: nailing the offer, being outcome driven, and creating your process. So how can you design your course with the end in mind? Stage 1, nailing the offer. Crafting the perfect course is about giving them what they want. Okay. I'm going to say that again. So we're giving them what they want. How do we know what they want? Okay. 3 things that you're likely concerned in this stage. How do I know what they want? How will I know that I've given them what they want? And how will I know that I've given them what they want? So they know and me know, right? Okay, the first part of that is actually doing market research. If you're not sure how to do market research, it isn't really that hard. I want you to go ahead and look on Amazon. Amazon is one of the largest sellers of books. You can use all of their data without having a marketing company or a research company. Just go ahead and look at the 3-star reviews that are online for books and similar topics that you want to teach, and read what the customers are saying. Spend time with it. Don't just look and go, oh, there's some 3 stars reviews. Look at what did they say they want to know more of? What did they say that they were confused about, right? Where are the content holes? Where are the gaps? And where are the things that you can put in to make sure to bridge those gaps for them? Okay. How will they know that I've given them what they want? You want to make sure to have some sort of a checklist that walks them through every step of what you've promised them. I know that sounds silly and easy, but it's one of those things that we can easily skip over, right? So making sure that they're really clear that they're getting out of it what you're saying. Okay. And I would also say into that too, adding as many rubrics or possibilities for them to do self-evaluations, not just on whether or not they've completed it, but there should be something that says to what degree have they completed it, right? Like what's the thoroughness of it? How excellent is it? Because they could do something, and if they're not putting their all into it, and it looks like, my dog ate my homework kind of scenario, they're not going to get the same results, right? So we want them doing things, but at a level that actually changes the game and changes the conversation for them. Okay. How will I know that I've given them what they want? This is an easy thing to add. A net promoter score. You can add this right into your learning management system. Some of y'all might be familiar with the net promoter score. A net promoter score is on a scale from 1 to 5. How likely are you to recommend this program to your friends and family? Right. And so you could change the wording on that to more closely aligned to your customer avatar specifically. So maybe like on a scale from 1 to 5, how likely are you to recommend this program to other hardware store owners? Right. And then they can tell you that. And then there's always a great opportunity there after you get like number data, right? After you get the quantitative data to move into more of a qualitative approach and really start to dig into like, okay, what was the best thing about the course? What would you like to have seen differently? You can always do 2 stars and a delta. What are 2 things you really enjoyed and 1 thing you would like to see different next time, right? But actually asking them and having conversations. And, it's always helpful too, if you have somebody that didn't really like the program, offer to get on a call with them. Offer to get on the call with the ones that liked it as well. But for the ones that didn't, they're going to feel seen, heard, and understood. And sometimes it might be, a little area that you could have taught just a little bit differently. So you're getting that feedback from them. Oh, you didn't understand that part. That's where you got lost. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Let me go ahead and add a video add an extra lesson inside of this program so that nobody falls off the rails again. And like, why don't you and I do a one-on-one coaching session for an hour and just make sure we can get you across this bridge? Do you see how different that would feel to somebody that's saying, hey, this didn't work for me, right? And how much more likely they would be to continue in that ecosphere, or going from, the ground floor to the top floor with you on their customer success path because you offered that to them. Go ahead and type yes in the chat if you feel like you were on the other end of that and something wasn't working for you and someone did that. Like, would you continue with them? There's actually been research that's done. Jay Baer had this in his Hug Your Haters book, that there's actually data to back that up. Like, people are way more inclined to continue to purchase with you if not just that there's a problem, but you corrected the problem and made it right, so they can see like actually where you're at. Stage 2 is making sure everything is outcome driven. We talked about this a little bit. Results. What results will you get your students? So 3 things you're likely concerned in with this stage. What results will I guarantee my students? How do I set up outcome driven results? How can I check in with my students to ensure that they are getting their results? So for the what results will I guarantee my students, what did the market research say that they want, right? And also considering the customer avatar that you're looking at, and also considering what your knowledge base is. I can't say this enough. Don't create a course on something you don't know. You would think that no one has to say that, but trust me, I've seen so many. Okay. And I've actually been involved in conversations when people are like, I want to create a course on this, but I'm missing this chunk. And I'm like, no, that's not for you. That's for somebody else. Have another expert in that one thing come in and do a background session for that part of the information, but steer away from that, because otherwise you're just going to steer them down the wrong path. Okay. Continue to ask what would support them along the way. You can continue to ask inside your course itself. Don't feel like a course just has to be a giving piece of content. It can be a living piece of content. It can be an exchange. So you can always set up surveys for them to tell you more information we talked about in the final, but you could also do book a call buttons halfway through, right? And it's always good to get actual feedback from your real customers, to support that journey. Like when you're thinking about your next offers, you want to have those kinds of conversations. And again, don't shy away from asking these questions in your learning management system. How do you set up outcome-driven results? You want to create focused questions around market research to determined outcomes. So, okay, your market research said you're going to do a course on this. It's going to get them from one floor to the next, right? We talked about that building early on. I'm going to try to go as fast as possible because I'm getting close on time. Now, a focus question is going to start with how or why. Okay. And only how or why. And it is going to lead them to answering, sorry, the time part. Okay. You're turning on the reticular activating system. You're setting up boundaries for what you're going to cover in the lesson. The lesson is over only 7 minutes and there's only one stair per lesson. Okay. So your lengths of your lessons are taking them from ground floor to the next floor, leading with those focus questions again that are tied to the objective of each lesson. And they just start with how or why, because you want them to go deeper and to continue to think about what you're saying throughout the entirety of your lesson. Okay. How can I check in with my students to ensure that they're getting the results? Surveys, discussions, assignments, phone calls, any way you can. Create stage 3, create your process. I have 1 minute left. How will you get them there? 3 things you're likely concerned in this stage. How can I teach in a way that's clear and process oriented? How can I organize my content in a way that's clear and process oriented? And how can I engage my students in a way that's clear and process oriented? For organizing your content, repeat the process, consider what they need to know, what they need to do, and most importantly, I cannot stress this enough, who they need to be. It's always a change in be that's going to make the biggest difference. For organizing your content, set yourself up in a Trello board to start. It is online Post-its, and I love it. And set each question or set each lesson around their focus question. Engaging them, create your engagement strategy before you enroll your first students. Think about what processes they need to follow for coaching calls, community rules, assignment guidelines, and due dates. And thank you. I'm getting the wrap sign from over here, but I just want to say thank you so much. And I know I was going fast for everybody at the end, but I wanted to make sure that you're getting everything.
Absolutely, Carrie. Thank you so much for all of that incredible knowledge. And I know you're making it available, making yourself available to answer questions later. So if you have questions for Carrie, she'll be in the chat. She can answer those there. And then we'll tell you about a way that you can get access to her for free. So thank you again, Carrie.
All right. Thank you so much. And I'll go ahead and pop off. Bye for now, guys.
All right, I want to tell you guys about something that is really important and dear to us. A few years ago, I worked for McConnell Air Force Base as a civilian, and I was working in their chapel, and I saw something happen that impacted me pretty deeply. One of the sergeants got deployed. He went overseas for, I think, 6 months, and when he came back, his life was decimated. He had to go to families and tell them that their son or daughter had been killed in action. And he was so crushed by that, he had to leave his role, but he found a lifeline. And that was through this thing called Wounded Warriors Project. And it literally changed the way that he lived his life. And he went to work for this organization that helps veterans who have seen things that they can't unsee, experience things that they can't undo. And so we're offering something today as a way to support that nonprofit and give you access to something incredible. And Sean wants to tell you about what that is.
Yeah, Phil, thank you for sharing everything you did about that. And you're right. It does really take something to be in the military. I know from my own personal experience, I spent 8 years in the Marine Corps. I was Marine Security Forces, dealt with explosives and all kinds of other things and lots of things to experience in between there. And to his point, some of that is difficult to move past. I mean, luckily, I have all my limbs, but I don't have all my friends. So trust me, it really does take something. And I'm thankful to have really been put into a position where I could create something that was really meaningful for myself and for my family. And I can't thank you guys enough for caring and really wanting to participate so that we can go and help more people create the life that they really would desire. So I don't know. Let me get the link up here so you guys can kind of see. But basically, with this bundle, essentially what we're doing is we're taking all of the brilliant knowledge that some of the speakers that have spoken today and ones are going to speak in the future are doing, and we're providing that to you for a significantly reduced price. Everything that they've touched on, like email marketing and social selling and all the different things from the speakers, you're going to get a chance to see that. I'll go ahead and put that in the chat here so you guys can gain access to that and you can look over it. But basically, it's going to give you a reduced price for learning all this knowledge, getting into their communities, and really being able to take their skill sets and add that into your repertoire. And we're taking all the proceeds and we're giving it to Wounded Warriors, because for us, it's really about making a difference. We wanted to really make sure that alignment is there. We talk about impact. We really mean it. We're talking about impact and we're talking about scaling. We're saying impact is we care about people and we want them to be able to get the skill set and the knowledge to transform everything that they're doing. And, we're putting our hearts where our mouths are. So I put the link in the chat there so you guys can take a look at that. If you have questions about it, feel free to message us. But we just felt it was really, truly alignment there. It can make a difference. This bundle is not just about business growth. Obviously, business growth is important. And we're talking about that. Time is important. Really, that's all that you have. Your time is your life. So we want to show you all the different ways that you can make yourself more scalable. But while we're doing that, we want to make sure that we're helping others. So yeah, Phil, thank you for sharing everything you did there.
Absolutely.
So I put that in the chat there, guys. Once again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us and we'll be happy to let you know how that's going and basically how the movement is going and how we're supporting people. But that's what it's all about, is creating a true impact. So with that being said, we're going to, give me a second here, lean into our next sessions here. And I know Phil has had a chance to talk a little bit about himself, not a lot. And we haven't talked much about ourselves at all because we're talking about others. But Phil is really and truly world class. And to give you a sense of who you're actually speaking with, if you don't really know him yet, he's a director of experiences.
Hey, LaShawn.
Yeah.
LaShawn, our next speaker is actually Laura. I'd be excited to speak, but Laura Sprinkle is here. And
I'm sorry. I had the wrong, excuse me, but thank you for catching me. Yeah, good catch there. So next we're going to move on to Laura. Sorry about that there. Laura, also world-class. Basically everyone on here is going to be world-class. Trust me, they've all been curated to be the best in class from what they're sharing. Next is going to be Laura Sprinkle. And she is the founder and CEO of Rootable. Rootable is the affiliate software that we're actually using for the summit. And it is actually one of the premier software solutions that you can find in the space. With Rootable, obviously, you can do affiliate marketing. And I don't know how much you guys know about that yet, but she's going to share a lot of good stuff with you about that. Rootable will allow you to do affiliate sponsorships, partnerships. She also is a strategist who specializes in working with digital courses and membership creators. So without any further ado, we're going to bring up the incredible Laura Sprinkle. And let me see if I can grab that on here. And Laura, you should be able to get up now. There she is. Hey, Laura, good to see you. How are you? Sorry, I almost pushed you back a little bit.
I was like, am I here too early?
Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your brilliance with us and the community. We're just so honored to have you share all the different things that you do and all the brilliant things you're doing with your software. It's really amazing to share some space with you.
I'm so excited. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect.
Oh, great. Okay, good. I'm so excited to be here today. Thank you so much. And I've got some slides, so let's see if I can work this out to share them. Okay, can you see them? Perfect. And does it have a little button, or it looks fine?
Yeah, let me actually move this out of the way. There's got like a little module there, but on the right-hand side, there should be a button you can click and it'll allow you to share your slides.
Can you see them?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
great.
solid.
Okay, great. Thank you. I run a tech company, and yet there's all the tech things that, you got to get used to. But hi, everyone. I am Laura Sprinkle. As they mentioned, I'm so excited to be here with y'all. And also so honored that I was able to contribute to the bundle for the Impact and Scale Summit, and the fact that the proceeds are going to such an incredible organization. I'm really excited about that. So I'm going to dive in on my slides here and basically say that if you don't have an affiliate program yet, you are definitely leaving money on the table. And so I want, by the end of these short minutes that we have together, I want you to get really excited about what affiliate programs can do for your business, can do for your course growth. I know we just heard from Dr. Carrie and her incredible wisdom. And oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be with this group of humans. And so let's talk about affiliate programs. What are they? How can they help you? So my vision is that we can move past doing everything on our own as a recovering, fiercely independent person. I love independence. And I want to do things in community. Business and entrepreneurship can feel so lonely at times, and it is so much more fun to do things with friends. Pop in the chat if you've ever felt like you black sheep of your community, of your friend group, because you are a business owner and you're going down this path. I'd love to know if you felt that too. Oh yes, says Patricia. Yes, 1,000,000%. Yeah. So my goal is to do this in community. And my other goal is to, rather than sending a ton of money to corporations like Meta, Facebook, same thing, and Google, I want us to pay our friends. I want us to put more money in the hands of small business owners like you, like me, in the hands of creators, people that share our values, people that we can see the impact in their communities, in their families. They're able to donate. They're able to provide beautiful lives for the people that they care about. So this is also why I'm obsessed with affiliate programs. So once again, my name is Laura Sprinkle. I'm the founder of a tech platform called Rootable, which is an affiliate software. And well before that, for many, many years, I've been an affiliate program strategist. So what that means is that I help people with an incredible offer. So an incredible course, an incredible community, something that they sell. I work primarily with digital entrepreneurs, so something that people sell online, and I help them create a group of people, cultivate an army of salespeople that gets to share their offer and earn commissions for sharing something that they trust and love. It's like passing the branch of trust to somebody and saying, I think this would be awesome for you. So just like I just sent an email to my list this week, my incredible community, and I said, hey, I am speaking at this incredible summit called the Impact and Scale Summit. This is why I believe in it. This is why I think you should be there. So some of you might be here from my recommendation. And that is exactly what an affiliate program is. And so I help the businesses set all that up, right? Because it sounds good in theory, like people sharing my offer, and I pay them a commission on the back end. Great. How do I do that, right? I get to exponentially grow my business. I get to tap into other people's audiences without even needing to create all this content and paying Facebook. But how does that work? And so that's what I want to talk about today. Oh, just one more little. I saw a Shaw this morning or this earlier today talking about Americans and how we like to brag on ourselves. And yes, when we're doing good work, I do love to brag on myself a little bit. So I've worked on a lot of campaigns. I've worked with a lot of affiliates, and I've helped those people make a lot of freaking money. And my favorite part of that is the millions, again, that have gone in the hands of small businesses that I've seen. Like I've been able to send them, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, even checks of like 10K can make such a big difference in someone's life. And that, lights me up. I love it so much. So I've had the pleasure of working with people like Todd Herman, Amy Porterfield, Kate Northrup, Terry Gioma, Selena Sue, just some incredible, incredible humans, and really seeing what works and what doesn't. So my next chat thing, my love language is chat participation, by the way. So are you ready to get behind the scenes of my framework and exponentially increase your referrals? Yeah. Okay. I love it. You're all yeses. I'm here for it. If you're a no, apologies. You're going to have to sit in silence for a bit. Okay, so this is the magic. I have found that no matter kind of what shape an affiliate program is taking, there are 4 phases that we need to look at for a profitable cycle of success. Okay, so phase 1 is attraction. Phase 2, activation. Phase 3, amplification. Phase 4, appreciate. Okay, bye. Just kidding. I'll get into them. So the beautiful thing about this cycle is that it just loops right back around. So done well, you've created a system that you can just run on repeat anytime you want more leads or you want more sales for your business. Okay, so let's get into the phases. Phase 1, attraction, is all about getting the right fit people on board that you are eventually going to pay who have shared your offer. I love all the phases. So when I say each one is my favorite, you'll know why. But attraction is all about figuring out, again, who that right fit person is and crafting a personalized invite for that person. And we're going to get into very specific, my specific frameworks to support this process because, a lot of people are like, oh, great, I have to invite people. Ooh, who do I invite? So we'll get into that. However, the invitation is really the beginning, okay? Because when somebody says yes, that is just the start of their relationship. Okay, so then we move from attraction to activation. So activate is between when people say yes and when they actually start promoting and sharing the word. And there's so much we can do in activation to get people better results. And when our affiliates get better results, we get better results, the world gets better results. It's such a great ripple. So activation is all about making it really easy for them to share and communicating expectations. So I'm going to share a little bit more of my like top tips for activation at the end as well. Amplification is when they're actually promoting. So they're sending emails, they're posting, they're texting their friends. They're saying, hey, come to this summit. Hey, join this webinar. Hey, I think this event would be great for you. So they're actually in active promotion. And there, again, is so much we can do to hype this up and get them even better results. So we're going to be looking at the data to know exactly what's happening. I am such a data nerd. I mean, it's not that surprising since I have an affiliate tracking company. But we're going to look at data and we are going to, again, help them get even better results with follow-ups. So there is an art and a science to this. And then last but not least, we are going to appreciate the crap out of our referral partners, whether or not they have hit their goals, whether or not they've made sales, whether or not they've brought in leads. We're going to appreciate them by paying them out on time, making sure they feel seen for their efforts because they're taking time out of their lives, out of their businesses. They are shining a light on what we're doing. So like, grateful for that. And then we can also add in bonus contests and incentives for them. And when we help them feel loved up, when we pay them on time, when they have an incredible experience, they're just going to loop right back around in the cycle and be attracted into our next campaign and the next thing that we're promoting. So going back to the beginning here, all things attraction. First, let me just check. Anybody have any questions about the system? I'm in a dancey mood if you can't tell today. I'm so excited to be here. Let's do it. Okay. Does anybody have this question? Are you thinking, okay, that'd be amazing. I would love to tap into other people's audiences, but who would I even ask? Is that a question on anybody's mind? And if it's not, I'm still going to answer the question. So I'm going to walk you through the framework that whether, like I've done so many launches for myself and so many launches for clients, and yet I do this process, this brainstorming process, every single time I'm starting an affiliate program, every single time I'm about to do a campaign. And then I see a question in how we track in the tech side. Amazing, Cassie, I'm happy to answer that at the end. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through my most popular framework, which is called the relationship rings. And so if you think about your offer and the thing that you're selling as the center of a tree trunk, if you will, we're going to go outward from that center. And this is going to help you brainstorm people that would be great fit affiliate partners to share your offer. And the first phase really is brainstorming. I don't want you to qualify or clarify or anything like that. We're just getting things out of here and onto I like using just a Google sheet, honestly, to brainstorm. But you could also use, a piece of paper and pen. So ring one are the people who have real stories to tell about your incredible offer. So these could be your current customers. They could be your past customers. They could be clients of other offers. Maybe they've already been an affiliate partner of yours or already referring people. So again, they have true stories to tell about the transformation that you provide within your offer. These people make incredible affiliate partners because they can say, hey, I did this thing. This was my result. I think it would be great for you too. So that's the sort of the first bucket of people that I think about. Moving a little bit further out within the circle in ring two, these are people who have true stories about you and your values, but they haven't necessarily purchased the offer from you before. So they have a true story about you, maybe how you met, why they follow you, why they think you're awesome, why you're a mentor of theirs, but they couldn't truthfully say like, hey, I bought this thing and I got this result, and that's perfectly okay. Because ring two oftentimes, this is not always the case, but ring two oftentimes has, bigger audiences. They have complementary offers. We'll get into all of that in a second. But so I could say, and it could be that this is true on multiple levels, right? I have a friend, Kate Northrup, who I adore. And I would say for both of us, we're in both ring 1 and ring 2. Like we've both been clients of each other. We've both purchased each other's products and programs. I've been through her masterminds and her course. So I can speak on that level, but I can also speak to her heart. I can speak to how we first met. I can speak to why she's a mentor of mine. There are other mentors of mine and other friends that I'd be so happy to promote their work because I think it's incredible. I haven't taken it myself, but I've seen the results that other people have gotten, and I've seen what their students can do. So when we're brainstorming ring 2, we're thinking, okay, who comes to mind, right? Who are my colleagues and friends? You can go through your Instagram account, you can go through Facebook, your LinkedIn, look at all the people you're connected to. Who have you been in masterminds with? Who have you met in person at events or virtual events? Who have you taken their courses or met within courses? Who have you interviewed or been interviewed by? So again, this can be a very, very, very long list, but I love creating just like a whole contact database so that we have way more people than we would possibly need to invite, because we have big goals, right? We want to go big with this thing. We're not staying small here. The next ring 3. So as you can see, we're moving a little bit further out in the tree trunk with your offer at the center, the true stories about your offer, the true stories about you. And then we're talking about folks who don't know you yet, but they will be glad to meet you. So who's on your dream list? When I say, oh my gosh, if anybody could be your affiliate partner, even if you don't have a relationship with them yet, who comes to mind? I want you to dream big. I want you to think about, okay, who is a rock star in your industry that just automatically pops in your brain? I want you to write them down on your list, on your dream list of affiliate partners. And then we're also going to research names from your ring 4 categories, which brings us to ring 4. So ring 4 is like the furthest out in the circle. Again, you don't know these folks yet, and these are actually not specific names, but ring 4 is made up of categories of people who would be a right fit. So we're thinking about categories of businesses, categories of people who serve a similar audience to you or the same audience, but in a complementary, slightly different way. So Carrie and I are such a great example, right? I teach how to scale your course or your offer with affiliate programs, where she teaches you how to actually create an incredible offer, right? So we're serving similar people who have online offers and courses, but we teach completely different things. And so what great partnership right there, right? We both come at it from different angles, but we share values, we share audience type, and we can be great referral partners for each other. So that was obviously a specific name, but for me personally, a great affiliate partner is somebody who teaches courses, who teaches offer creation, who helps people with websites, who help people write copy to share their offers, because those are complementary categories. So I want you to think about who serves people before they work with you, what else are people buying when they're working with you? What else do they need? What other tools, softwares, programs? Again, what are they buying? And then what might people need after they work with you? My thing that I like to say is after people work with me, they make so much money that now they need like a new bookkeeper. So anybody who teaches money and all of that is a great partner for me as well. So I need you to think about that of like, who are these complementary categories? Okay, I'm just going to check where I'm at on time. Oh my gosh, I need to go faster. Okay, so really, really quickly, I still have a couple of minutes, right?
Maybe a couple, but first of all, I just want to say everything you're sharing is super awesome. And I just love your delivery of it, because most people, when they're talking about affiliate stuff, they're super transactional about how they do that. And yours is just so elegant and heartfelt and real. So I love it. Amazing.
Thank you so much. Okay. And I'm looking at the time. Okay. I'm going to be so fast. Okay. So I do have a playbook for you for inviting your ring 1. I would just recommend an email sequence. So I will be sharing that with you for free, no opt-in. You can just get the playbook. For ring 2, you literally just invite people, just text your friends. It's great. Ring 3, I want you to build relationships because, like you just mentioned, it is all about relationships. It is not a transactional thing. So there's so many different ways you can build relationships. I've listed a few of those here. And then for ring 4, let me just go back. For ring 4, it's getting those connections. So it's brainstorming that list of those different categories of people. The yes is just the beginning. So real quick on the tech side, my biggest tips are putting all their materials in one place and providing leads lists so that they have all the data. So tracking wise, and what Rootable does is we just keep everything in one place. So they have their tracking links really easily available. They can see all their promo materials in the platform. And then they can also see their leads. So they can see, oh, all these people are signing up for the webinar. They're signing up for the quiz. They're signing up for this and that. And then people like your affiliates can follow up with them and make more sales. So that wasn't super how the tracking works, but we like to track every which way and provide a ton of transparency of data. So hopefully that's helpful. Oh, I think you are muted.
I started talking, but I was muted. Sorry about that. Well, first of all, thank you for everything that you shared. Truly, truly amazing stuff. And for anyone tuning in, this could be the backbone of your entire business. And I really don't want you to miss that, just having an infrastructure for people to refer to you and then having a built-in way to incentivize for them to do that through building your relationships. Super, super important, incredibly important. I don't want you to miss that. So, and obviously Laura's program is world-class. So please, if you're thinking about how to leverage anything with affiliate relationships, joint ventures, this is going to be the right solution for you. So Laura, thank you for being amazing and bringing all that incredible energy, the dancing and everything. Super, super awesome. You're world-class.
Thank you so much, y'all. Have fun.
Yeah,
All
absolutely.
Right.
So excited here, LaShawn. This has been an amazing day already, and we still have a couple hours to go.
I'm learning a lot. I'm, just kind of tuning in and kind of being with everyone. It's really cool to have them all here.
Absolutely. Folks, one of the things that you can do is there's amazing people in the chat. And if you want to connect with each other, I would suggest put Instagram or LinkedIn in there and invite people to connect with you. Yeah, absolutely. LaShawn, the next speaker we have coming up is someone I've come to respect for a couple of reasons. Austin Armstrong has spoken at the conference I put on, Social Media Marketing World. But what I love about him is he may be the most curious person that I know. And you may want to promote him, by the way, to a presenter so he can be ready for us here in just a couple minutes. But Austin loves to learn. I was at a conference last November, and Austin was sitting in the front row in every single session, taking notes, and I know he goes and applies it. So that's one thing I like about Austin. But another thing is he's had, I think, billions of views on the content that he creates, and yet he shows up every day. You will see him in the chat on every post that he does and on other people's content. So this guy is constantly available. He's organic to a max, and he's figured out how to use AI to maximize the creation of content so he can show up as a human. So Austin, if you want to come on screen and come on mic, I am super excited to hand the stage over to you and let you bring the gold that you've brought today. So come on, Austin, and let's get you set up. Are you here? I know we've promoted you to speaker. Austin says, I love you, but I want to hear you say it, my brother. So go ahead and unmute and turn on your camera so that we can learn from you. Your settings are still loading. All right. So while his settings are loading, go ahead and drop in the chat something that you've learned today that you're going to take action on when we're done today. Like, I think that's one of the best things that you can do at these summits is you're going to learn a lot of things, but find that one thing that you can go do. It may be in one of the sessions that's already happened. It may be one of the sessions that's going to come, but write a list of things that you want to do and then circle the one you're going to do right away. All right. So Patty says affiliate marketing is her thing. What about somebody else? Kelly's just here for Austin. And Casey's here for Austin. I'm here for Austin, by the way. So he's getting himself set up. I think, LaShawn, we may need to invite him back in. Looks like he had to log out and come back. So as soon as he gets back here, folks, we will bring Austin on. Here he comes.
There he is.
All right.
He's
cool.
back.
He is back. All right. All right. Here he is. So Austin, so good to see you, my friend.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I see you. I hear you. If you want
to
use slides, whatever, this floor is now yours. So take it away.
I appreciate you, Phil. I appreciate being here. Let me enable my screen share. I'm going to just jump right in because I've got so much value for you guys. We're going to go deep. So, okay, let me see a 1 in the chat. Can you see my presentation screen here? Leveraging AI to skyrocket your social media strategy. Are we good? 1, perfect. All right, let's jump in, y'all. We only have 20 minutes, so I'm going to jam pack this with hopefully mind-blowing information that is actionable for you. I am such a nerd about this stuff, as Phil was kind of alluding to there. Every conference I go to, I love sitting front and center. I love learning from everybody, taking tactical notes, testing, trying things. And I've been doing this for a very long time. So let me see in the chat here. These are screenshots that I just took. Phil said billions of views. That is in fact correct. These are some stats that kind of even blow my mind. Over the last 90 days, particularly on Facebook, I've gotten over 600 million organic views, not a single dollar spent. Facebook is paying me $9,400 at the end of this month, and I've gained 541,000 followers in the last 90 days on Facebook alone. Let me see a 1 in the chat if you would love numbers like this for yourself. Boom, don't we all? Yeah, it's been mind-blowing. So I'm going to show you transparently as it gets, and as much as I can dive into, only 20 minutes here, everything that I'm doing and how I'm using AI to get these results. So quickly, a little bit about me. I've been doing social media marketing for the vast majority of my life. I was fortunate enough to find what my purpose and calling is. I started on MySpace as a 14-year-old, got into these circles that helped other people grow. I was an early SaaS founder. I had a platform called Get Ads where I helped you paid a subscription to also grow on MySpace, and I promoted local bands and t-shirt companies. I had hundreds of thousands of followers on MySpace, and as a young 14-year-old, you can imagine what that does to the prefrontal cortex and the dopamine receptors in your head. I got immediately hooked, and I've more or less been doing it ever since. I moved across country from New Jersey to California now about 12 years ago. And that's where I really started my professional video marketing career. So I stumbled into an internship. I saw the big picture. I went from being an unpaid intern to a paid intern to a part-time employee to a full-time employee, ultimately to being business partner with my boss at that company because I just saw the big vision. My first company was a social media marketing agency called Socialty Pro. You'll see that moniker and handle on my accounts across the web. I very much practice what I preach. I have about 3.5 million followers across every social media platform right now. I am as stubborn as it gets when it comes to organic. I believe in paid, but I just think it's much more rewarding when you can get those numbers and traction from organically showing up every single day. And so I am proud to say that I've built an army of 3.5 million people from grinding it out every single day. I took all of that knowledge that I learned from being in the video marketing space and I turned it into a software tool called Syllabi, which we are proud to be a sponsor of this conference. And I'm going to show you a little bit at the end of what Syllabi does. But basically, it A to Z automates video marketing for you. So imagine that you could grow on social media and automate videos that resonate with your target audience every single day, and you never have to press record again. Kind of crazy, right? I'm going to show you how it works in a little bit. I'm also the co-founder of an upcoming AI conference called AI Marketing World that's going to be in Dallas, Texas October 9th through the 11th, aimarketingworld.co, if you want to learn a little bit more about that. But just jumping straight into things, less about me and more about all of y'all. There's a lot of platforms out there. These are the platforms where I personally see the most engagement and traction. And so these are what I'm going to focus on for you guys today. Now, if you're an ex-Twitter person, fantastic, be there. If you're like, Snapchat's my game, my jam, great. I'm not the guy for Snapchat for you, unfortunately. So these are the platforms that I hyper focus on. Out of curiosity, when I throw Threads in there, that's always the outcast. I see huge opportunity in there. Give me a 1 if you're active on Threads, and give me a 2 if you're like, haven't even posted it or I have no idea what Threads is. Lots of 1s. Look at you guys. 1.5. Phil's posted 3 times on there, I guess. Okay, so it looks like we've got a combo of 1s and 2, mostly 2s. Okay, it is a huge opportunity right now, guys. What I'm going to throw at you here is a lot of information. Don't get overwhelmed. Do what you can and let AI help you with a lot of this output. We are living in a fast-paced world where the more quality that you can put out there consistently, the more traction that you're going to get. That is what has worked for me. That is what I firmly believe. The more at-bats you get, the faster you're going to learn what works, and the faster you're going to learn what does not work at all, so that you can lean more into and double down on where you're getting the most traction, what platform you're getting the most traction with, the format of content that you're getting the most traction with. So particularly on Facebook, and I'm gonna spend a little bit of time on Facebook here because it's where I showed you at the beginning, 600 million views in 90 days, organic from Facebook. They turned something on a couple months ago to push content creators. And so I want to make sure that you guys see how big of an opportunity this is. So Facebook Reels, 1 to 2 a day. Short form video is still king across the web right now. It has been for several years. Facebook Reels are absolutely incredible. If you're creating short form videos for any platform, repurpose them on Facebook here. Relatable memes and value images, things particular to your niche. I always show this example. I love this one. My friends and family, when they see my business post and it's just a blind guy, just walking with his blind cane and a zoom up on the closed eyes, always gets a ton of engagement when I post that meme. Quickly digressing here for a second. I am on a professional mode profile on Facebook. I thoroughly tested all of these strategies across Facebook business page and my personal profile that's 17 years old with all my embarrassing middle school photos and aunt and uncle connections. And it was as clear as day that my professional mode on my personal profile. Professional mode is a quick setting you can turn on that gives you analytics. It allows you to monetize. It gives you traction, all this stuff on a page. And that's where I saw the most amount of traction. So I sacrificed my friends and family for reach in order to grow my personal brand and make money and grow my business. And most people have been okay with it. So just one caveat there, if you want to separate them, Facebook pages can still work. This was my personal anecdotal experience. And then these relatable text threads. This is something that should probably not work on Facebook, but for whatever reason is absolutely dominating right now. So what I discovered, I've been doing this for about a year, is that basically Twitter threads crush it on Facebook right now. So sort of a clickbaity headline, you can see your rest in peace PowerPoint. AI can now create your presentations in 30 seconds. Here's a list of 6 AI tools. And then each comment is information there. This is what that actually looks like. So each individual comment is a new information thread there. I'm not going to get too deep into the psychology of why I believe that this works, but the reach is astronomical. And so as silly as this might sound, try it, do it. Let me know what your results are. I also use this same format to cross-pollinate my other accounts as well. So for this quick example, I did a thread a couple months ago now that said, Canva is now inside ChatGPT. Here's how to use it. And I'm talking about their custom GPT that Canva has in there. That posted 50 million views as a thread. And so I said, okay, let me make a video tutorial out of this. So I made it as a video tutorial on YouTube. I reposted the same headline, but instead of the text comment threads, I just linked to this YouTube video. 76,000 views from Facebook in this format. This video, it's actually much higher than this now. This video has over 130,000 views on YouTube because of the external traffic from Facebook. Now, granted, I have 1.6 million followers on Facebook right now, but it's because of this format. YouTube, kind of same things across the board. So YouTube Shorts, if you're already creating short form video content, repurpose that across every platform. Long form videos, 1 to 2 a week is still fine. As much as you can consistently commit to, post those long form content. You can take some of these YouTube Shorts, link them and connect them to your long form content. And then community posts, super underutilized area. Most of the time people don't just completely ignore the community tab on YouTube. This is a huge missed opportunity. Those images that you post, like here's a meme of me making fun of InVideo because I hate those guys. I think their product sucks and I think Syllabi is way better. I get a little sassy there. But so memes like that, any sort of text, any promotional stuff that you're doing, leverage that community tab. It is going to get you more traction on there than you think. It's a huge opportunity to just repurpose some of your existing content. TikTok, and I'm moving fast here. Give me a one if everybody's hanging along here. I'm not going too fast. All good. All right, love it. I just want to make sure I'm delivering just straight value for you guys. TikTok working strategy, same thing. 1 to 2 TikTok videos per day if you're able to consistently commit to it. Again, just repurpose the same video. Make it don't be like, hey, YouTube, and then take that video and post it over to TikTok. Make your content general but as helpful as possible, and you can repurpose those across the board. There's a couple nuance elements on TikTok in particular that you can tap into. So CapCut templates basically act as a trend that works really well. So CapCut is a video editing platform that the parent company of TikTok, ByteDance, also owns. And so there's this awesome synergy between the two. And so you can see this is an example of a CapCut template. 1.3 million people liked it. That means roughly about 8 to 10 million people have seen this video. And so if you click on that CapCut template icon there, it's going to take you into the CapCut app. You can add your context, jump on that trend, and get indexed in that conversation on TikTok. Same thing with green screen reacts. This is sort of a cultural thing on TikTok that allows you to add your 2 cents, your expertise to something that's going on. So you can react and duet as a green screen another video that's going on in your niche, and it'll play in the background and you will be in the front of it and sort of explaining what's going on and adding your specific context to it. Instagram in particular, another huge opportunity right now in quite a lot of different ways. Reels post that same content across the board. Carousels are crushing it right now. I've seen an uptick in carousel posts over the last couple of months in particular. Lean into carousels. Collaborations are a huge opportunity. I'm constantly collaborating with other AI content creators. I'm in an Instagram DM group with about 70 different AI influencers. And so what we'll do is we'll collaborate with each other on our reels, on our carousel posts, Instagram posts, you name it. And that gets distributed out to everybody's audience. Now, one other thing that I didn't put on here, there's a huge opportunity specifically for Instagram, is trial reels. So trial reels are a way to reshare some of your best performing videos and it does not reach your following. So it only reaches new people. If you've seen this setting, try this out. Download some of your top performing videos and post them again as trial reels. Because it performed well against your audience, it's probably going to perform really well with a cold audience as well. Threads, post those same videos on there. This is one that I did, 51,000 views on Threads. Those text threads that work really well on Facebook, post them here on the Threads platform, and then sort of these motivational text posts as well. I'm going to just keep speeding along. I've got so much information. It's hard to pack this down into 20 minutes. Newsletters on LinkedIn, great opportunity. Long text posts, the same threads that are working for you. Put them on there, same videos across the board. That's the format that's working. But now AI can help you with a lot of this. So for instance, those threads that I mentioned, I don't write all of them. I don't research all of those tools. I created a GPT task to create these for me every single day. So this is what it looks like. I think it's on Plus and Pro plans. When you switch the model down, it's this GPT-4 scheduled with tasks. And so I trained it on some of my top performing tasks. And so after a little bit of refinement, every single day, it sends me one of these threads that I can copy and paste. So if I'm busy, I just am at a conference, I'm traveling, whatever, I know that I have a piece of content that ChatGPT wrote for me in my voice in the format that is crushing it right now. And I can simply copy and paste that during a bathroom break or something. And I know that it's going to perform really well. Here's a couple GPT task ideas for you. Every day at 8 a.m. Eastern time, write me a short video script on X, Y, and Z. Every day at 8 a.m., research the top AI news stories from the day before and write me text posts on that. Research top news stories. This is basically agentic AI that can help you automate across the board. Now, if you're more of a Claude person, you can set this up in Claude projects as well. I have one on there. The only thing on Claude projects versus GPT tasks is Claude is not automated. So you have to prompt it, say, write me a thread on X, Y, and Z, and then it'll do it in that format. GPT tasks is completely automated and it'll do everything for you. Now, the final part of this presentation here, I know I'm running out of time. I'm going to speed through here. Syllabi. I spent the last 3 years creating what I wanted to be the best video marketing platform on the internet. There's other tools out there that generate videos in different formats, but there was a missing before and after process. So many people want to create videos on these platforms, but they don't know what topics to create. They don't know what to say on camera that's going to perform well. They need help staying consistent and accountable, and maybe they don't have the time to publish to every single platform. That's exactly why I created Syllabi, to help alleviate that entire stress. So whether you're a content creator, you're a business owner, or you're a marketing agency that has a ton of clients, that it's hard and they're the bottleneck for getting videos for you, Syllabi is the tool to help remedy that. So it all starts with Discover Idea platform. We index every search engine, social media platform, so you can find the top trending topics that your customers are searching for to make educated decisions on the best topics to create. With one click, then you can create a video. This is our faceless video engine. It does everything. We support 29 different languages, AI voices. You can clone your own voice, different subtitle styles. You can create short form videos. You can create long form videos. You can create faceless videos, animated AI videos, B-roll videos, AI avatar videos of yourself in there, however you want to create content. I just want you to create content. We recently rolled out this feature as well. So if you're a real estate agent or you sell e-commerce products, we have this URL to video feature where it scans the page, it scrapes the images, and creates an entire video for you in a minute. So imagine if you're a real estate agent, you can now create a house tour video for all of your listings in less than a minute. Kind of mind-blowing. You can also automate the entire process as well. So this is our automation engine where you can link up all of your social media pages. It'll automatically generate the descriptions, the titles, the tags to optimize that video. You can insert a call to action link in there, and you can set this for a maximum of 5 videos per day, 30 days straight. So imagine being able to automate relevant topics and videos that resonate with your audience, that have a call to action, that drive traffic for a month, and you never have to press record again. I hope this was helpful, y'all. That was the fastest I've ever gone through this information. So if I can answer anything for you guys, my email is austin@syllabi.io. And I hope I didn't go overtime too much. I think I hit the 20-minute mark on the dot.
No, Austin, you're perfect, man. First of all, thank you for sharing everything that you did. Super, super helpful stuff. It just makes the ability to grow in social organically possible. I know that it looks like a big mountain for most people if they're not running ads or doing, some kind of marketing or advertisement. But I love that you put this tool out there. And when you were talking about MySpace, I had a bit of flashback to doing like custom MySpace pages. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So awesome,
they taught us all HTML. That was there were no algorithms. They were teaching us to code. That was cool.
I know. It was great, man. So yeah, I love it. So thank you for all the brilliant stuff that you shared, all the insight, and really just honored to have you here, man.
I'm excited to be here.
Well, with that being said, Austin, you're amazing. For everyone that loved the talk, please connect with him. Obviously, we're going to share all the details that we can, slides. He has a special prize inside of the bundle as well. So if you guys decide to take advantage of that, you'll learn even more of what you can from the incredible Austin Armstrong. So awesome. You're amazing. Phil, I see you're back, man. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back and excited to be able to share with everybody.
Yeah, man. So I don't know how much you guys know about Phil, but Phil is an incredible artist, and he is really, really talented, creative, author, trainer, developer, and producer. And if you don't know yet, like, he's done so much helping creatives and entrepreneurs of all kinds get on stages with social media marketing world. He just does so much. Creative, amazing artist with saxophone. I mean, I can't even say enough about this guy, and I won't even try to. So I just want to welcome you officially to the Impact and Scale Summit, of which you produce, of course, and just really bring them on your journey, because you have so much to share about how you think about these putting on and producing in world-class events, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, LaShawn, for that intro, and to Carrie for walking alongside me on this journey. I am curious, everybody, because I believe events are one of the best ways to connect with our customers and our ideal customers, to build community, to build relationships. So I'm curious, how many of you currently host an event, or how many of you want to? And that could be online or in person. Austin has to raise his hand because he's got one coming up. So go ahead and drop that in the chat. Patricia has events all the time. So love to see who else is doing events. And while you're chatting in there, I'm going to start with the story. I'm never going to forget this lady. Her name is Marlene. She is from Denmark. One year in 2016, the conference I was running, Social Media Marketing World, had moved from being a single destination event, we met in a hotel, to being what's called a citywide event, which means we met in a convention center and our guests stayed in multiple hotels. And we were thinking, how do we retain the intimacy that we had? In other words, how do we make sure people stay at the convention center in the day to retain all the value that we're creating? And we realized there's three main reasons that they might leave. One is they might want to go back to the hotel to work. They might want to go back to sleep, or they might need to brush their teeth. We thought, well, let's create a place for them to work, a place for them to rest, and let's have toothbrushes and toothpaste in the bathrooms. So back to Marlene. She came up to our information desk and said, hey, where is the closest drugstore where I might buy a toothbrush and toothpaste? Because I forgot mine at the hotel. It's 20 minutes away. Well, one of our staff members walked her to the women's bathroom and said, inside you will find a toothbrush and toothpaste. Now, Marlene was blown away. They must have thought of every detail at this event. Now, you may be thinking, well, that's a silly investment. Well, I'm going to tell you, details matter. Here's how much it matters. We spent $3 maybe on a toothbrush and toothpaste. The return has been over $15,000 because she keeps coming back 5 or 6 times, and she's referred 8 friends who keep also coming back. So details matter at your events, and we're going to talk about how you can think about the things that actually matter when you're creating events. And so my name is Phil, and I've written a book called Unforgettable. I've produced events like Social Media Marketing World. I was a corporate trainer for Coke Industries. I'm a consultant for Reuters Events, and I have a podcast that you might want to listen to. Today, I want to talk about what makes something memorable. We're going to walk through an experience journey and the things that sometimes people overlook and help you discover your own secret experience recipe that keeps people wanting to come back. All right. Currently want to see if there's others here who are producing events. Yes, several of you do. That's awesome. Well, let's start out by talking about what makes an experience unforgettable. These 3 M's are what I believe it takes to be memorable, meaningful, and momentous. So let's start with what makes something memorable. A couple things come together. You want to do things that are unexpected, like our MC showing up as Buzz Lightyear, or unusual and unexpected. You've got people protesting a conference with really funny slides, like we still call it Twitter, and LinkedIn isn't a dating app. So unexpected, unusual things that you can do, or like the Savannah Bananas, Jesse Cole takes things that are common, puts them together in an uncommon way that all of a sudden stands out, and now he's got millions of people coming to his games. You've got guys wearing bananas as a headset. You've got a break dancer who's also a first baseman coach, and you've got a guy on stilts batting. And then there's one I love. There's a rodeo cowboy who is a pitcher and literally lassos base runners between first and second base. Things that are just hilarious when you see them put together. The third thing that makes something memorable is it's multisensory. The more senses that you combine together makes it the more memorable, particularly the olfactory, the smell, sense of smell. So if you smell bread, it probably reminds you of home. For me, it's grandma's house, or maybe it's a bakery. You might like the taste of coffee, and that reminds you of having coffee with your friends and having deep conversations. Or you might love the feel of a puppy. One of our friends brought puppies to an event at the conference this year, and people absolutely loved it. So you've got smell. But we all have visual and we have audio. So how do you incorporate the other 3 senses? Next is meaningful. My daughter and I went to Park City, Utah, and there was a Lululemon store there. And we walked in there because my daughter wanted to buy some pants or some workout outfit. And I was uncomfortable because it's a women's store. And I thought there's nothing for me here. And I don't really like being here. Well, what I loved is when we were welcomed into the store, a salesperson took my daughter to what she wanted to look at. And the manager greeted me and said, "Hi, Dad. Would you like a cup of coffee? We've got a lounge area in the back where you can sit while your daughter shops." And she kept checking in on me and eventually said, "Did you know we actually have some things for men?" She did something profound. She understood me. When we're talking about events, we need to understand who is the audience that's coming. Are we providing them the content they want? Is it meeting the vibe that they are looking for? Great speakers, great events, understand their audience. And just like at that Lululemon store, they also see me in the unique way that I'm showing up. People need to feel safe. They need to feel like there's security around the building. It's not going to be a threat, but they also want to have this sense of belonging. These are my people. I am welcome here. I'm not an alien. I'm not outside this tribe. And then if you're like me and you're an introvert showing up to an event, they make it feel comfortable for me. Or if you're on the neurodiverse spectrum, it's not constant noise and lights, that there's alternative ways to participate. That shows me they see me. They know who I am. They understand me. They see me. And like Maya says, they feel me. People will forget what you said. They'll forget what you did, but people will never forget how you make them feel. And there's so many ways that we can do that. The third thing that makes something unforgettable is it's momentous, full of moments. Chip and Dan Heath are professors at Stanford. They wrote this epic book, The Power of Moments, where they investigate why is it that some moments stand out more than others? Why is it, in their words, that some moments they're not created equally, or I would say not all memories are created equally. So here are 5 stages of an in-person event. If it was an online event, it's a little bit different. When people arrive, there's this entry experience. How does it feel when they're arriving? And then there's their first experiences, registration, their first session. You all know in our first impressions in a friendship, we have 7 seconds or something like that to make a first impression. And if it's a negative experience, it's very difficult to overcome that. So we put a lot of effort into thinking about that first experience, even though that's probably not the thing they'll talk about later. But if we can put them in a positive mindset, they're going to lean in. And then our job is to help them to keep leaning in by creating peak moments. Might be that opening keynote, might be that party that you're creating. And then there's brick and mortar that I'll talk about in just a minute. And then there's the final experience, the closing experience at your event, the thing that they probably will remember, or it might leave them feeling awkward. And most event planners, myself included, don't think about that closing experience. And I'm talking to you, Austin, as you're planning your first big event. Any of you who plan events, put some focus on that last experience. Now, people are coming for the content. They're coming to learn, but the things that they're going to remember are the experiences that they have. And this is one of the places that those experiences fall down. Have you ever been to an event that feels like session, and then here's another session, and now there's another session? Oh, and guess what? Here's another session, but they feel disconnected. Well, that's what it feels like when you have bricks without mortar. If you've ever tried to build a wall or seen a house built, if they didn't put some kind of mortar between the bricks, it will fall down. The Romans understood this. That's why you can still see roads and walls in Roman built buildings that stand, because they had solid bricks and they had great mortar that held them together. We want very good bricks. We need excellent content. That's what I'm going to say, is you have to have that. But what holds it together is the mortar, and that is communication. Are we communicating well? Do people know what's happening, where to go, when to go somewhere? MCs may be the number one thing that you should have. Someone like LaShawn, who's going to hold the whole thing together and create the connectedness between all the elements of your event. And then your staff. Your staff create a service culture. They understand how to create micro moments. I think it was just someone a couple of minutes ago was talking about, how do you take Carrie was talking about this. How do you take someone who had a bad experience with her survey and turn it around? Spending an hour with someone who had a bad experience, they're probably now going to really talk about it. Andy Stanley says, do for one person what you wish you could do for everyone. And that ends up creating a ripple effect in your event. Thank you, Patricia, for buying my book. So the unforgettable framework comes back to these 3 things: memorable, meaningful, and momentous. And I'll provide this to you guys later. I find this to be a very valuable way to walk through one of the elements of your event. On the left here, I share something that you might say, I want to make registration more memorable. All right. So then you say, how do we make it more memorable? Let's come up with 3 strategies. What's something unusual we could do? How could we combine ordinary things? Is there something multisensory? Maybe we can have an aroma there. Literally walk through these 3 elements. These 9 boxes. You could come up with 2 or 3 elements and then just pick one. Maybe you pick one for each row. Maybe you just pick 1 or 2 for the whole thing and try it. This is all about experimenting on purpose, and people will notice the thing, and they'll be like Marlene, who saw you do the one thing and thinks you thought of everything. That's literally what she said. You guys have thought of everything. I'm coming back. I knew that we hadn't. There's lots of things we hadn't thought about. So, like this lady having the unforgettable experience of an elephant licking her, or whatever that elephant is doing, how can you make your event truly memorable? I've got 10 things for you here. And first one is I need to go back to college algebra with you. If you remember college algebra, go ahead and stick it in the chat. Give me a 1 in the college chat. If you're a mathematician, give me a 10. And I want to see if there's any mathematicians in the house. So the unforgettable formula goes like this. F of x equals what? Who's talking? Yeah. Yeah, of course, this is good stuff. Okay, no one likes to go to a presentation like that. That formula actually means absolutely nothing. And most of the things on that slide were not valuable. If you took a screenshot, throw it away right now. So let's talk about what makes events boring. Austin, I should have asked AI this question, and I will for my next presentation, but instead I asked my Facebook friends, and these are some of the things that they said. By the way, someone said -10 on math. That's where I'm at too. So an irrelevant or old content, the content's dated, the event feels predictable. There's this awkward moment. This is one of my least favorite things. You go check in at registration, they give you your badge and you have no idea where to go, and you've come not knowing anybody, and it feels super awkward for a long period of time. Slides that are not designed very well, full of content like that last one that I did, and you can't even read it. Forced networking. You go to a networking event, but no one helps you, and it feels super awkward. Or speakers who are salesy or weak. So how do we solve it? I recommend you think like a baker. Bakers don't need very many ingredients to create a great loaf of bread. It's flour, yeast, water, and salt. Those are the main ingredients. You can add lots of things, but a great baker knows how to put those things together. The same is true with a great event. You really just have content, you have connections, you have communication, and then you have the flavor, the spice. One time I tried to explain this, and I was on stage. I brought these ingredients together, and I put the flour in the bowl. I started mixing in the yeast. I added the water and the salt, and I noticed that it wasn't mixing together. And someone in the audience said, "Phil, that's a brilliant example." I said, "I know. What did I do?" And he said, "Well, you didn't have enough water." And that's something that's profound. Most events do not do a great job of communicating. They might communicate about something, but they haven't figured out how to involve everybody to reach them where they are. And that's like flour that has not been mixed together. That loaf of bread would be terrible. So if you understand these 4 ingredients and become a master baker who knows how to create an experience, you understand who your end target user is, and then you understand the role of the oven, like different ovens cook different ways, and you can create something over time that is masterful. It will no longer be boring. It will be exactly what your audience needs. So why do they come back? It's because of the content, the connections, and they got immediate results. We're hoping today you get those immediate results, that you're finding good content and ideas, and walk away with maybe a new connection or 2 or 5. And this will maybe be one of those events that you'll remember. So the last thing I want to share with you is when you're creating an event, figure out what is our secret sauce. What is the thing that we do that makes us stand out from everybody else? The picture on the left, there's a church called Life Church. They have 40-some locations across the US. Every summer they do something called At the Movies, and all their churches turn their lobby into a movie set. Here that's Wizard of Oz. My friend Mark McDonald says, figure out what you want to be known for and lean into that. I'm a saxophonist, and something I do every time I present is I play a theme song for that event. And I'd like to do that today. I'd like to ask you in the chat, write down one word that you are going to take away from today, whether it's this session or one of the sessions today. Ideally, it's an emotion that you're feeling. Go ahead and drop that in the chat right now. And I'm going to get my saxophone ready to play back what you guys have to say. Cassie is inspired. Dr. Elizabeth is feeling some freedom. Let's get one more word here. Actually, I'm going to watch. All right. Motivated, excited, release. All right, here we go. probably go longer, but we don't have the time today. Thank you guys very much for being part of the session, for being part of this event. If you want to reach out, Phil at philmershon.com. I have a bonus. If you want an article all about building community, go to that link and remember the password, Remembrant. That's the name of the elephant. And I'd love to connect with you, particularly on LinkedIn or Facebook. Back over to you, LaShawn.
Well, Phil, thank you so much for that beautiful talk. You know, I love hearing you talk about events because honestly, you just make it make sense. You know, there's so much to consider, and then when you think about it, you're like, oh yeah, people might want a break and they might want somewhere to rest, and maybe toothbrushes would be a good idea. You're like, oh, that makes so much sense when you say it out loud, but like most people don't really take the steps to think about it at that level. So thank you for being that kind of human, first of all, and second of all, like putting that into action, putting that into the world. It really makes a difference.
It's my pleasure. And, you know, these are things that I've noticed over the years that other events sometimes miss. And so I was like, well, let's put together a book that helps people understand these and tells the stories of mistakes that I've made. Like most of these things I've learned because I didn't do it right at some point in time. And, you know, we're all human. We don't get everything right every time.
100%. I mean, it's kind of part of the journey. It's the toll we pay, you know, to go and chase our dream and create freedom and flexibility, right? Like you gotta get those bumps and bruises. They develop you into the person that you've become now. So, yeah, I just love the talk. It was awesome, and especially we got to have some music from you. That's so cool.
Hey, gotta do something different and mix it up. But I didn't want to give it away earlier today.
So good. So guys, just a reminder, like all these brilliant speakers, man, first of all, getting them in one day is like a big deal. Like a lot of these speakers have been on the biggest stages in business, period. Some of them have been in top 1,000 organizations, top 500 organizations. Like this is a really big deal. And a lot of them have put together these special offers specifically for this event. So if you're really kind of on the fence, you don't know what you want to do, you're considering how do you get the right support, you might want to consider it. And once again, all the proceeds for us are just going to, they're going to support a really good cause, right? They're going to the Wounded Warrior Project. So we're not here to sell you something. We're here to really kind of crack the doors open between what it takes to move to the next step. Sometimes you need all this stuff, and sometimes you just need a 2mm shift. And if you have those tools that'll help you really get there, it makes a world of difference. Now, I know in my journey, a lot of what really closed the distance for us was just relationships. Like we got invited to some special events, we made some friends, they started caring about what we're up to, and that helped us really kind of up level how we think about things or the tactics that we're using, everything. And it really was one relationship away. You really can't see it when you're in it. But if you go and you participate and you go down these funnels and you start to kind of get closer to some of these speakers and what they're doing, like I was saying earlier with Shaw, she was talking about like DMs. But honestly, I ended up connecting with her in person. Me and Dr. Rose connected with her in person. We've spent time, we've gone to the movies, you know, and when you think about building relationships, it's like, okay, how do you make this more human? You know, it's not really a marketing play. It's really, how do I develop these relationships and show up in a way that would really invite them to want to connect with me in a true way. So, Phil, once again, thank you for everything that you shared. I put this, hold on, let me see here. Yeah, I put the link in the bundle for you guys. Excuse me, I put the bundle in the chat for you guys for anyone that has questions, you want to learn more about it. Once again, all the proceeds are going to the Wounded Warrior Project. This is just to go out and support more people that are going through challenges that want to create a new life for themselves. And as you know, however your heart is feeling, this will allow you to help you kind of level up what you're doing with your entrepreneurship. With that being said, our next speaker is going to be coming up. This person is an absolutely incredible human, and I don't want to butcher at all what he's done in terms of his accomplishments. So I'm going to read them specifically, right? First of all, let me invite you up here, Mike, and we'll get you going. So our next speaker goes by the name of Mike Kim. That's his name. He's a strategic advisor for Modern Experts, Wall Street. I can't talk today. Wall Street Journal, USA Today, best-selling author of the You Are the Brand. Mike is a brand strategist behind some of the most incredible, most widely recognized online names in the online business. I can't even talk today. Sorry, guys. But anyways, he will help you build a personal presence that AI just can't touch. And honestly, to my previous point about building relationships, this is someone that I've had the opportunity to get to know and build with over time. And he's just a brilliant human. And you'll know that within seconds of hearing him talk if you're not already familiar with the incredible Mike Kim. Usually you can find him keynoting some of the top speaking stages in the US and worldwide. So Mike, without any further ado, come on up and talk to the incredible people, man. We're so honored to have you here. There he is.
All right,
Mike
man. Hey,
how are you,
this
man?
correctly?
Yeah.
Good. I'm great. Yeah, we're good.
So
Okay.
honored to have
Hi,
you here.
Phil.
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Hi, Sean. Good to see you, man.
Hey, good to see you too. It's been a little while.
Yes. No, I'm honored to be here. Yeah. I see Kelly met Mike at Triber. Yeah, that's a minute ago. That was a long time ago. So yeah, I'm just happy to be here, guys. Should I just dive in, or what's kind of
Yeah, I mean,
we just
if you're
hanging?
feeling the vibe, come on and dive in. We want to know all things Mike Kim. We want to be the brand like Mike Kim. Yeah, man, absolutely.
Amazing. All right. Oh, I'm seeing what David did there in the chat. Hello, Mike. Wow. That took me a minute to read that. Hi, T. Clark. All right, cool. LaShawn, is it cool if I share my screen? I have slides.
Yes, it is. There should
Do
be
I
a little
just hit
share
that?
button on the side there, and you can run wild.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do yes. All right. You guys should see my slide deck here. Let me know if you guys all see it. Is that cool?
Yep, you're solid.
All right, cool. Okay. I hope it's showing the right one. All right. Yeah, as LaShawn mentioned, my name is Mike Kim, and over the last 10 plus years, I've been fully ensconced in what we now call personal brand industry, the thought leadership industry. I have worked with some pretty well-known clients, and they're cool and they're great, but what I really love doing is working with people who are getting started and on their way up, because I know what this can do for your life. I experienced it. I've seen other people experience it. A lot of my friends, colleagues, people I've gotten to know, like LaShawn and Carrie, have become really great friends. I, of course, met Phil at Social Media Marketing World. You can see that photo in the upper left. And he was kind enough to invite me to speak there a couple of years ago, several times. And through the years, I've been able to live what feels like a dream, to do work every day that feels meaningful and purposeful, even when it's difficult. It feels meaningful and purposeful, to share my best gifts and my best talents, and to meet incredible people. And I'm really excited to reconnect with some of you from years past and meet all of you here who are maybe we're connecting for the first time. So today I want to talk a little bit about us and what we are building all together. And it's an apropos time because there's a lot going on with AI and a lot of uncertainty, if you will. But I want to actually take us way back before the days of AI to the first time I ever went online, like on the internet. And I don't know if any of you remember this. Who remembers this? Give me a shout out if you ever if you remember that, right? AOL. And back when I was in college, like over 2 decades ago, AOL was all the rage. AOL Instant Messenger. And it's always funny when I mention Instant Messenger to people, because when I explain it to people who are younger than me, I'm just like, yeah, it was just like the OG of DMing people. That's all it was. There was nothing else. It was just, you just DM people. And I remember my friends in college were talking about AOL Instant Messenger, and this is where the party was. So I was super excited. I had to get online. And I remember finding one of those CDs in the mail from America Online and booting it up in my computer with the modem. Some of you are my age or older will remember all of that. And I was excited to join the party that was happening online. And when it booted up, to my surprise, I was stuck. I was frozen at this one screen. And that screen was asking me what I wanted my screen name to be, what I wanted my AOL handle in modern terms to be. And I was paralyzed. I didn't know what I would make it. I just started thinking all of these things. I was like, well, how do I make this sound cool? My name is very common. So Mike Kim was taken already. For those you don't know, Kim is like Smith or Williams in Korean culture. It's just a very common last name. And I felt like I had to look good. I felt like I wanted a name that was going to be cool and it was going to be clever and it was going to be tough and it would make the girls like me, LaShawn, you know? And I came up with this name. Do not laugh. This was the name I came up with, Mykovich. And I thought it was clever. I thought it was cool. And the next time I saw my friends in real life, we played basketball or something, they would all make fun of me. And they would say, "Greetings, Comrade Mykovich," and salute me because I guess it sounded Russian. And my whole ploy to be clever and be seen, and maybe some girl will think it's cool or whatever, was quickly deflated when a girl who knew I liked her came up to me and said, "Hey, Mike, I have a screen name for you." I was like, "Oh yeah, what's that?" She said, "Mykovich." All right, just somebody give me a hug in the chat. Say, ouch, that hurts. Yeah, right. It's okay. We can have a laugh at my expense, right? And I'm bringing this up because as far back as I can remember, going online for the first time with my own name, there was something intrinsic, something woven into me and all of us that said, we want to look good online. We want to look good online. Isn't that odd? It's a little weird, right? When you think about it. And what we're really talking about here is branding. It's branding. Some of you may know that branding goes way back prior to the days of marketing and advertising. Branding was literally burning a brand, an identifying mark on the hide of cattle so that ranchers would know which animals were theirs. And when I was doing research for my book, You Are the Brand, which is about building a personal brand and a business around your personal brand, I came across this gentleman, Josiah Wedgwood, who in many respects is considered the father of modern marketing. Wedgwood, born in the 1800s, won a pottery contest held by Queen Charlotte and branded his pottery as Queensware. And this company actually still exists. He actually was the pioneer for free delivery and money back guarantees. Isn't that interesting? It wasn't Amazon or Jeff Bezos. It was this guy. And it got me thinking, and this is what we're going to talk a little bit about today, about this idea of branding, because it has evolved over the years, where we had brands identifying queenswear or clothes that we wear or cars that we drive. We are now in the era of the personal brand, and we've been in it for a while, and I think it's only going to increase. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it's going to become even more important with the advent of AI, because people want to learn and want to connect with people. So I want to level set here before we go any further and say this my definition of a personal brand. It's an identity built around your ideas, your expertise, your reputation, and now especially your personality. So those four things, your ideas, your expertise, your reputation, your personality, all things being equal, there might be someone out there who has just as great of an idea than that I do, or they might have the same level of expertise that I do and have a good reputation. But a prospect will choose to work with that person or me based solely on our personality. And that's okay. The more we are of ourselves, the more alignment we'll feel and the better results that we'll get. And it's interesting because in this day and age, personal branding has just evolved into this weird thing. I'm going to pull up a slide here from the New Yorker magazine. And this is one of the ways that people try to build their brand these days, right? Read the caption. It says, a new documentary follows three nobodies who are trying to become social media famous, which involves buying followers and staging photo shoots in a kiddie pool. And I see this happen a lot. I think we all see this happen a lot, where people are trying to build a personal brand. They're trying to build a brand. And my philosophy is don't build a brand, be the brand. Be who you're trying to sell to people. Be real, be authentic. If you're not one of these kind of people staging photo shoots and renting a mansion on Airbnb and shooting a video and implying that it's your house, you may have seen other people go the opposite end of the spectrum and overshare about their struggles or what they're angry about or how they're wounded or hurting. And just like traffic, they get a lot of attention. You slow down traffic, but it's for the wrong reasons. It's almost like these people are selling their struggles rather than a solution, right? And that's what I'm seeing in the space today, and it's only getting worse in a lot of ways. And it's sort of like these people. I pulled up this meme. I thought it was hilarious. It's like they're fighting for attention through the struggles they have. Everyone is fighting a battle you don't know about, except for me. I'm complaining loudly about my battle. Everybody knows about it. Can we have a little fun today? Just a little laugh at this, right? And so we're seeing people build these personal brands one of two ways, and neither of them work. So what I want to propose today for all of us is a third way, a better way. And it's framed in a question. And that question is simply, based on what you're sharing and what you're putting out into the world and what you're offering in your products and your services, ask yourself, can I build a campfire around what I'm sharing? By that, I mean, is it warm? Is it inviting? Is your brand a light in darkness? We don't often set up campfires during the daytime, right? Is it a place where people can gather, where a community can congregate? Is it a place where people have room to share their stories and not just have to listen to yours? Give me a yes in the chat if any of this is resonating. Right? Can I build a campfire around what I'm sharing? I'll share an example. I'm not going to have us watch it, but I always like to give examples to the things that I'm sharing. Several years ago, when my book came out, You Are the Brand, I recorded my mom looking at the book for the first time, and she does not like to be on camera, but you know how kids are. It doesn't matter how old you get, right? You ask for forgiveness and not permission. So I surprised her and I turned on my phone and I walked out to her kitchen and said, hey, here's the book. Check this out. And I got such amazing engagement across all platforms with this video. And not once did I say, hey, go buy my book. It's available now. Please buy it. It was just a campfire moment because a lot of people can resonate with a parent being proud of their child. Actually, in this video, you find out my mom says, well, you barely graduated college. I can't believe you wrote a book, in a nice way, in a warm way. But this was a heartwarming moment. It was a campfire moment. It was something that my audience, my community, my followers, my readers, my listeners could identify with. And it absolutely drove sales for my book. And so I want to land on one of the main points I want to share here today. And then I'm going to take you guys into an exercise. And then I want to share some frameworks that will hopefully help you zoom out and see how all of this comes together. But LaShawn mentioned this right before I came on. It's about relationships. And this is something that I firmly believe. And I would like to share this with you guys to frame everything else we're going to talk about. The marketing isn't about closing a sale. It's about opening a relationship. Marketing isn't about closing a sale. It's about opening a relationship. I am sort of saddened that the word marketing has become so synonymous with sleaze and exaggeration and bombast and self-aggrandizement and flex. Marketing is really just about opening relationships and seeing where things go. If that feels good to you, just give me yes in the chat, because a lot of times as business owners, no matter where we are in the journey, marketing is one of the things that most of us don't feel that we do well. And I will confess, I'm not sure that I'm a great marketer. I think people say I'm a good marketer. I've had great clients. I think I'm less of a marketer and more of just a friend who makes it easy for people to engage with me at their own pace and in their own space. And this is why a lot of the content and the storytelling and the stuff that I'm going to share about today is stuff that AI just can't touch. I'm going to start with this real simple exercise that I call the PB3, which stands for the personal brand three. And these are three questions that I've been surprised over the course of my career that have resonated a lot with people who come to my workshops and attend some of my trainings. And the first question I'm going to ask you, I'm going to ask for a little grace because we talk like this where I'm from in New Jersey. We're a little salty. But that first question is, what pisses you off? And the second question is, what breaks your heart? And the third question is, what is the big problem you're trying to solve? What pisses you off? What breaks your heart? And what's the big problem you're trying to solve? And when we have the answers to these questions, we find that what lies at the intersection of our answers to these three questions is actually our point of view. It's actually our brand's message. If I could frame this up a little bit different, what pisses you off is the injustice that you see in the world. If you're taking notes today, just jot that word down, injustice. And what breaks your heart is the compassion you have for people or for a cause. What's the big problem you solve? That is the purpose of your business or your nonprofit, your organization, whatever shape and size it comes in. That's the purpose of why that entity exists. For those of you who are in business, I always tell people business is really simple. It's solving a problem for a profit. Now, there are problems that are not financially profitable to solve, which is why we have nonprofits. But the truth remains, if I can reverse engineer what a particular brand or even a solopreneur, a speaker, an expert, an author, what the injustice they see in the world is, and what they have compassion for, and what the problem they solve is, I can pretty much figure out what their brand message is. And that is something that artificial intelligence cannot touch. It's something that other people cannot imitate. It's you becoming the best version of you that you possibly can. I learned this early on when I started to share a little bit of my story, even though I started out in direct response copywriting. I love copywriting. I love what it can do for people and their businesses. I love the clarity that it can bring. And yet, despite my skills as a copywriter, I found that what got me the most business was simply sharing the answers to these questions. So if you guys are cool with it, let me share a little bit of how this worked out for me. And then I'm going to take you guys through a little bit of my journey to hopefully give you some of the bigger picture so you can understand just sort of how this worked over time for me. Back in 2013, I was hosting Thanksgiving for the very first time at my place. I was married at the time, and my mother and her husband were coming, and my sister and her then fiance, now husband, were coming to visit. I was super excited for them to come over. I was going to cook the turkey, whether they liked it or not. I was going to make it. And at the time, I was working as the CMO of an educational company here in the New Jersey, New York City region. And I stayed up really late with my mom, like till 1 or 2 in the morning. And we had never had deep conversations like this before in my life. It was the first time that we ever just talked for hours and hours. And I discovered that my mom liked to throw back shots of tequila or whiskey. I didn't realize that she was so good at this, probably because she was trying to be my mom and not show me that side of her. But I was an adult now, and we were tossing back drinks, and we were having a great time. And she was telling me all these stories about her childhood, about how her and her sister grew up, and would often take whiskey out of my grandfather's cabinet after he fell asleep and take it to the friend's house and throw back a few, and all the mischief that she got into. And I was just laughing like crazy. And so we had a great time, and we were getting ready to go to bed. And I checked my phone, and I'm pretty sure all of you have had moments like this where you're just like, what? This just killed the vibe, because I got an email from my boss and said, we need you to come into work tomorrow. And I was not on the schedule. We were not a real retail business. There was no reason that we had to necessarily meet on Black Friday, but I just got called into work. And so I did what you're supposed to do when you have a position. I went to work. And I remember driving up the New Jersey Turnpike being really upset about this, because I thought to myself, what if, God forbid, this is the last time I get to have a moment like this with my mom? What if something happens to her? What if something happens to me while I'm driving up? And it really pissed me off, if I could be honest. I really felt this was an injustice. I was already putting in 60 to 70-hour work weeks. There was no reason we had to meet that day. They just were bored and wanted to call a meeting with all the other leadership. And it just ticked me off. And that started me down this path of saying to myself, I think I'm going to explore some options on what I'm going to do with my life, namely my career. I don't want someone telling me when I have to go to work, or when I can spend time with my family. And it just started me down this path of questioning things. And the more and more I went down that path, I started to ask, what breaks my heart? Like, what am I really, who do I feel bad for? What cause is weighing on my soul? And I remember seeing myself in others at my workplace, feeling dejected about coming to work. I remember one time driving down Kinderkamak Road here in New Jersey, which is one of the busiest streets, and it was raining outside, and there were people waiting at the bus stop in the rain to go to work. And I thought to myself, I don't think the world is better because all of us are going to a job that we really don't like. I don't think we're better. I don't think we're raising the vibe of society and the planet and the universe. And that started to weigh on me. And I started to evolve and grow. And eventually, as I was sharing content and as I was blogging and starting the podcast, which I'll get to in a moment, I started to realize that the big problem I could solve for people who wanted it was to help them talk about who they are and what they do and what they can offer to the world in a better way, so that they could make the world better through their spheres of influence. And that just happened to be through marketing. And it happened to be through messaging and copywriting, and a confluence of all these other experiences that I had in my past. And when I would share this with people, they would say, oh, I don't remember what you taught about personal branding or copywriting or anything like that. That's an amazing story about your mom. I can identify with that. I would love to work with you. And guys, I was shocked by this, but now in retrospect, I'm not shocked. And I don't have this on the slide, but before I take you down a quick overview of what that journey looked like for me, so that you can just have the big picture, I would like you to write this down. People want connection, not perfection. People want connection, not perfection. And I realized that these stories I was sharing were all about connection. And it's what helped me build my business and brand over the years. And so I'm just going to give you a retrospective. This year is actually my 10th anniversary of being in business full time for myself. I've beat the odds. 10 years is a big deal, or so I've been told. Most small businesses don't make it that long. But in 2013, I settled on tackling one particular thing at a time. And I was inspired by seeing the Chinese zodiac poster at this restaurant called Noodle Gourmet that I would go to in town. And I'm not Chinese, so I don't understand the zodiac completely. But I would see the year of the horse, the year of the ox, the year of the dragon. I thought maybe I should slow this down. And in 2013, when I started my side hustle, just get really comfortable blogging. And come hell or high water, that's all I did that year. I posted a blog every Monday morning while I was working full time. And then in 2014, I added podcasting because I'd gotten better at creating content, and I knew how to headline things, and I knew how to operate my website. And so I added podcasting even though I didn't stop blogging. And by that point, I was learning to share my stories, kind of like I have with you guys here. And I built a small audience, and I was able to launch my first paid mastermind group, which was a money shift. This mastermind group allowed me to make more money than I ever did in less time. And this was the year I started to peel back at work, tell them I wanted to go part-time. They didn't want to lose me. So they allowed me to work from home before work from home became a thing, an extra day a week. And during that extra day, I would pour more time into growing my brand and my business. And in 2016, I went full time. At the end of 2015, I went full time, and my 2016 was my first full year in business for myself. And so I launched a product. I did what a lot of internet people do, marketing people do. I did a whole series of master classes that I learned from some of the experts in the industry. And I went ahead and did this. And as a result of the students who joined me in that program, I invited them to my first live event. And I hope you guys can see how one is feeding into the other. Give me a yes in the chat if you're seeing this happen. If you can see the evolution and the skill stacking that's happening, right? So I would invite the people who registered for that program to come to my live event, and I opened up the remaining tickets to people who were just on my email list. Well, then life threw me a curveball, and in 2018, I was going through some real challenges in my marriage, and the story ended well. We're cordial and everything. She's remarried, and we didn't have kids or anything like that. But it was real tough. But 2018 was just the year of going through that and the year of survival. And I was just trying to get my bearings underneath me. But because I had an audience, and because I had blogged and podcasted now for 4 or 5 years, I was able to travel and speak. And it was around this time that Phil, who was running our event here, he asked me to come and present in San Diego. And LaShawn and Carrie, I met them at an event around this time. And I just had the liberty to go travel and make a lot of friends in the industry and in the business. And 2019, I spent a lot of time on the road, and we all know what happened in 2020. COVID happened, so we got locked down, and I decided I'm going to write my book. But I wanted you guys to see here, this is 6 or 7 years of material and experiences and expertise that I put into that book. And in 2021, I marketed the book, which was a lot of work in of itself. And I launched a program on the back end of that book. And it was my first 6-figure launch. We did $150,000 in that launch. And the subsequent years, 2022, I had a lot of people asking me, can you and your team do some work for us? And so I launched a marketing agency, a boutique agency. 2023, we all know, is the year of AI. ChatGPT came out that year, and everyone's kind of learning it and freaking out a little bit and all that stuff. But this past year, I learned that, and I spent more time writing books, and I've been writing a lot of books. And I hope that you guys can see here how all of this stacked one on top of the other. And it's because I started in 2013 and 2014 with sharing my own stories, sharing the answers to those PB3 questions, and sharing my expertise that way. I have like a couple minutes, and I want to run you guys through a very simple framework that has helped me, and then I'll open it up for some questions. I got this actually from my friend Todd Herman. Todd is the author of a book called The Alter Ego Effect. He's a performance coach for some top athletes, executives. And Todd wrote the foreword to my book, but he's a brilliant guy when it comes to understanding marketing frameworks and marketing your expertise. And he shared this with me. He said, Mike, let's just take this simple graph here. On one hand, we have number of followers. And by that, we just mean the number of people who know who you are, your brand recognition. And on the bottom, we have your authority, like how much you actually know about what you do. And for the sake of argument, I'm not going to cover people who don't know what they're doing and don't have a following, because that's not really relevant. Most of us, if history serves correct, are going to be in this spot right here where we are experts. We're good at what we do, but we want more impact and we want more scale, right? And when you look at an expert, most of them will tell you the way they get business is through word of mouth. And can anyone here agree on the chat? Yes. Yeah. Right. And when I think about the people I've worked with over the years, various degrees, there are people who have a lot of authority and expertise, but they teach through frameworks. They're known for their methodologies. And this is what lends to them becoming thought leaders in a lot of respects. They write books, they create frameworks, they create formulas, they speak a lot on a particular subject. And as they do, their exposure grows. And now I'm going to use this term very loosely, because actually appreciate these people a lot, but a lot of people have sour tastes about them, and I get why, right? But when we think about an influencer, they might not be the greatest subject matter expert, but they're really good at getting attention. And the way these people make money is they publish like crazy. They never miss a video or an Instagram post, because if they do, they just won't get paid. And a lot of people come to me and they say, Mike, how do I move from here to here? How do I go from expert to thought leader? And I say, well, here's the thing. If you're going to do that, and if you're going to scale your impact and you're going to scale your business and your reach, we actually have to take a page out of the influencer's book and sort of follow this path. And we have to publish. We have to share our ideas and share our stories and share our content. And so I hope that in just this short time, I've been able to give you guys a different perspective on how all of this really works, how impact and scale as a personal brand work. But I hope that you'll take home with you that the most important thing you can do is share who you are and what you believe, what pisses you off, what breaks your heart, what's the big problem you're trying to solve. And to remember that marketing isn't about closing a sale, it's about opening a relationship. So if you'd like to stay in touch, the easiest place to find me is on Instagram. I'm just at Mike Kim on Instagram there. And would love to stay in touch. And what I'll do is I'm going to stop my screen share here. And LaShawn, if it's cool, I am going to open it up if we have some time.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
First of all, Mike, thank you for everything you shared. I think my favorite thing about you is that, first of all, there's a lot of amazing things to love about this guy and you guys. But my favorite thing in relation to brand is that, like, you live this. You're not just saying stuff and, making it sound relatable and that kind of thing. Like, you literally live your life this way. You operate your business this way, and you interact with people this way. So I've been fortunate enough to be on, I guess, graduated to the friendship side years ago. And man, it's just really one of my favorite friendships on the planet. So thank you for being that kind of human, first of all. And for anyone that's been tuning into this talk, this guy, he really, really knows his stuff. Please go learn from him, connect with him. It's just an honor to have you here, Mike.
Thank you, man. Thank you. My pleasure. And yes, Phil, I remember that whiskey, bro. That was a good time. We had the same.
Yeah. I think we had to wait a year for it, but it was a glass well deserved. And that was like midpoint in your journey. But you and I started in a very similar place of being musicians and worship leaders, and to watch how you have progressed your career has been really exciting. So, Mike, if you would go into the chat and answer questions, because we want to keep things on schedule. We've got Carlos ready to come on, and we've got Trucks getting ready to end of the day, former NFL player who's going to bring the heat in the final session. So folks, make sure you stick around to the end, but if you're thankful for what Mike just shared, drop a 1 or a yes into the chat. And then if you got questions, Mike, you can stick around and answer them in the chat. And let's bring Carlos up on stage and get ready for him. This man needs no introduction. So maybe real quick, let's talk about that bundle, because I don't think we've talked about what's in the bundle. We've talked about where the proceeds are going, but what are they getting for this?
Yeah, so we should probably really dive into that. So I'm going to put the link in the chat one more time, guys, and then I'm going to talk about it real quick before Carlos gets running, because it's really a big thing. It can make a real difference for you. So I'm going to share my screen real quick, and we'll take a look at what we got going on here. So let me just Come on, share.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, that might be better because I'm not seeing the prompts.
Yeah, I can do it.
It's at the very bottom.
Oh, there it is. There, we got it. I got it.
I think I beat you to it.
Score.
So why don't you talk about it, and I'll just keep scrolling down.
Yeah, man. Well, first of all, this is the Impact and Scale bundle. Obviously, you've talked to a lot of the amazing speakers, and it's just really packaged very well. We have some of the top sponsors on this summit. Obviously, so it would be Get Response, woo, 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 Rootable, with Laura. Listen, there's over $2,000+ in premium resources. A lot of the stuff you're not going to be able to just find online because we had them custom built it for the summit. There's going to be live groups, some coaching and consulting with these speakers. And seriously, it is 100% of the proceeds are going to Wounded Warrior Project. Now, if you'll scroll down a little bit, as you can see from each person, like these people have been really featured in some of the top brands that you could see here. There's a feature. There's some templates from Mike Kim, right? Actually, let me bring up my page on my side so I could read it a little better. My eyes are 40
well,
something
want,
now.
I can read it if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead, correct that.
Yeah, so Mike's got a client proposal template bundle. Anthony Trucks has an identity audio book and workbook valued at $299. I'm going to be leading an experience design group workshop for 3 hours, valued at $447. Laura has an Attract Your Affiliates course valued at $500. Austin has provided 3 months of free access with the pro level to syllabi. Carlos, who's coming up, is offering a group coaching call on email growth and audience ownership. Dr. Carey is providing a group coaching call on course clarity. And then Shaw has provided that surprise bonus that she talked about earlier today. And you get all that for making the donation, basically, to the Wounded Warrior Project.
Yeah, Phil, thank you for reading that. And I think the big thing to really get here, guys, is that these things, they sound like bundle. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen those offers and there's like, oh, this is just jam-packed full of stuff. Each one of these things individually would be worth the cost. We're not really looking at costs here, but we're looking at multipliers. Each one of these things could solve a very high value problem for you in your business, depending on which stage that you are. Each one of them individually could make a big difference. It doesn't matter if you're doing email marketing, which Carlos is a world-class expert at. It doesn't matter if you're talking about brand and how to get client proposals and all that kind of stuff that Mike Kim has in his, or identity shifts that Anthony Trucks is going to be talking about. Like there's so many different things in here. And once again, each individual thing could make a huge shift in your business. So I don't want you guys to miss out on it. So if you're even on the fence at all, you're thinking about what you want to do, how you need to move forward, who you need to get support from, take advantage of the bundle. Just take advantage of the bundle. We're here to support you. It's going to make a difference for you. And honestly, it's going to a beautiful cause. So with that being said, Carlos, man, thank you for coming back and sharing all the brilliant stuff with Get Response again. I know you're going to get behind the scenes this time and show us all the good stuff. And we're excited, man. We're ready to rock.
Sure. So I appreciate it. I'm going to show you guys over the next 15 or 20 minutes, just a quick demo of Get Response and also answer any questions that you might have with regards to Get Response or email marketing. I'm going to share my screen here. And while I do, I want to know who out there is using email marketing in their business. And if you are, without mentioning names, what do you dislike about your existing email service provider? I'm going to curious to hear what the crowd here says. LaShawn, are you able to see my screen? Yes. Yeah. Cool. When I switch over, are you able to still see it?
I can see the main page for Get Response. Send emails, automate marketing, and monetize your content.
Got it. Okay. So let's kind of start with this, just at very, very high level. A lot of folks ask me all the time when I'm on the road, tell me about Get Response. How is it different from other ESPs? So in full disclosure, I've used a lot of email service providers throughout the years. And I'm not just saying this because Get Response pays me to say it. I say this genuinely. I have never seen a platform as easy and intuitive in my life than Get Response. Get Response, and you're about to see the inner workings of it here in just a moment. It's really easy on the eyes. It's easy to navigate. A lot of these other platforms that I've used, I'm not going to name names, they feel very clunky. They feel very outdated. But a lot of that has to do because GetResponse's core product is email marketing. GetResponse is one of the oldest email marketing service providers in the industry. They've been around since the late 90s, and they've been able to sustain evolution, and they've been able to grow with the times. So GetResponse is not only an email marketing platform, as you're about to see here in just a moment, you see here on the screen in front of you, they're an all-in-one digital marketing solution. And the price itself is also significantly cheaper than competitors out there. So not only get a tool that's really easy to use, but also one that's affordable. I know affordability in these days is important. I'm going to just kind of go through the homepage here very quickly. I won't spend too much time here. I would recommend that you go to getresponse.com, familiarize yourself with the brand. The reason why I wanted to go down the homepage here is this part, the 99% deliverability. This is one of the stats that GetResponse prides itself on, the most, right, as a unique selling proposition. Deliverability is important, obviously, to any business that's relying on email marketing to promote their brand. But ensuring that your emails get to your customers at the right time, that your customers receive your emails and they don't go into spam traps, is really important. So 99% deliverability, it's one of the key USPs. Then in terms of global customer base, so GetResponse itself is a global company headquartered in Gdansk, Poland. We have teams throughout the world, including here in the United States, over 350,000 customers around the world. And then one of the actually leading features that I hear from customers all the time that they love the most is the 24/7 hands-on customer support. I have been leading a project since the beginning of this year, which is our customer stories project. I would recommend that you actually go read some of the different case studies on our website. I've led this project. I've been in the field. I've met with GetResponse customers. And every time I ask them, what do you love the most about GetResponse? Obviously, they talk about the bells and whistles and the features and the pricing and so forth. But this 24/7 support is one of the things that they often will just rave about. I know as a career marketer, there's nothing more frustrating than trying to do marketing on your own. A lot of the more enterprise tools, they charge you implementation fees and service fees. With GetResponse, we're a tool that's really built for the coach, built for the solopreneur, built for the entrepreneur, built for the SMB. So when you are SMB or you're a very small team and you don't have a lot of resources, it's important that you're able to go to the tools that you use for support. So I'm going to switch away from the homepage. I'm going to go just real quick here to our pricing page. LaShawn, can you just give me a shout and make sure you can see this? Yes, no.
Gotcha.
Can you see it?
Yep.
Can you see this? Okay,
Yes.
Cool. So this right here is the pricing page. I would suggest that you go through this. For actually tuning in today, you're going to get a discount that I mentioned earlier. So wait for the end of this to be able to get the link out in the chat for you to sign up if you didn't scan the QR code earlier. But you can go through and you can see based on monthly or annually what it would cost you to have an account. Obviously, if you sign for an annual plan, it's going to be a few dollars less than monthly, and then you can kind of go through here and see based on how many subscribers you have. We do have 4 different offers based on where you kind of sit in your business. We have our starter package, marketer package, which is a little bit more advanced, especially used by e-commerce marketers or e-commerce businesses. You have your creator bundle, which includes the ability to create courses. And then we have, enterprise solutions for, our high volume senders. Now, let's go right into the tool itself. So this is when you log in to GetResponse. This is the dashboard that you see. Let me switch over. You should be able to see my screen now. So this right here is the dashboard experience that you see when you log in. So you can customize these widgets to your liking. I've got my course pulled up here. I've got, conversion funnels, workflows, autoresponders. This is, just so you know, in full disclosure, my account that I'm in here. So I had to kind of prep it. But with that being said, when you log in, you can kind of create your own homepage experience to kind of start unlocking some of the different bells and whistles. There's a couple of ways that you can do that. Either A, you would click on Explore, GetResponse. And I'm going to go through some of these here in the time that we have together. You can start by building your audience. So this is importing contacts, whether it's uploading CSV files, whether it's connecting with, say, Zapier. One of the questions I get asked a lot is, if you use a competitor, for example, let's just say, MailChimp, how can I convert that audience over from MailChimp seamlessly over to GetResponse? I'll show you that here in just a moment. You can start a campaign from this dashboard, obviously send emails. If you have a Shopify store, you can connect that with your GetResponse account. If you are a creator, if you want to start a course, you can publish that. So these, again, are like just the core features. Where I always suggest that users go into is click on tools. And this right here kind of goes across the gamut of all the different tools that we have. So I'm actually going to jump around here, and I'm going to go first to integrations and APIs, because I assume if you're watching this, more than likely you're already using some sort of competitor, some sort of other email service provider. And you see here some of the different integrations that I've connected to my account. My Shopify store, it's integrated with GetResponse. So every single time there's a purchase made through my Shopify store, all that is reflected in my GetResponse account. Everything from abandoned cart sequences, all the different automation workflows, receipts, all the inventory of my Shopify store, all of that is synced with GetResponse. My Facebook ads, Eventbrite. At one point, I was using Square, as you can see here, that was integrated with GetResponse. Also, X here, you see, different widgets I've set up to be able to connect different systems I already use with GetResponse. I want to go here to Zapier, because again, I realistically know that if you're using email marketing and you're not using GetResponse, most likely you're sitting there in your head and you're thinking, all right, it's time for me to leave, MailChimp, for example. I spend too much money with them, not really happy with them. So let me connect Zapier. And I apologize if I don't have this connected right now. Again, this is live. So let's just kind of go through this. All right. In the meantime, I'm not going to connect my Zapier account, but in a perfect world, if my Zapier account was connected, what you would be able to see is a whole suite of different integrations that we have through Zapier. So what I would normally show you if I had my account connected is I would type in MailChimp, or I type in ActiveCampaign or ConvertKit or one of the other ESPs out there, and I would show you how seamless it is to find another ESP and then through Zapier connect that. And you can see here some of the different widgets, some of the different integrations. You've got HubSpot, Shopify, Gmail, YouTube, Stripe. They all connect through Zapier. You can also tap into various APIs. So Zero Balance is a tool that I use. So you have different callbacks, custom apps. So that's integrations, just very much at a very high level. Now let's get into actual email marketing, which is the core function of GetResponse. So you have two options when you create your newsletter. You can either do this by yourself or you can do this with AI. I'm going to show you both here very quickly. So if you create an email by yourself, apologies for the load time here, friends. Also looking at the time. Obviously, you can go through all the prompts here. So name your campaign. You have an AI subject line. So I want to promote sneakers. Sneaker store. Include emoji. And very similar to ChatGPT, you're going to get some options here. So recipients, you select your recipients, and then design and content. Design your content. So let's go design message. And here's the cool thing. You have a few different options here. So with GetResponse, you have a lot of preloaded campaigns. As you can see, or preloaded templates, I should say, a lot of these are seasonal based. Easter's around the corner. So as you can see here, we have some different templates. Black Friday, you have for thought leadership. If you're a content creator, you have all sorts of different templates here that you can choose from. Personally, I like to go blank templates. And I like to go blank because I like to be able to customize. So I will just go to blank. And then you can drag and drop, right? You can drop in your logo, you can drop in an image, text, different buttons, social icons. And this is, I would say, for someone that's a little bit more advanced that likes to be hands-on, I'm going to go back and I'm going to show you our AI capabilities. So with the AI email generator, let's just assume I am a real estate agent in Jacksonville, Florida, and I want to send a newsletter about local events and listings. Type of businesses, real estate. Then I'm going to click next. And then this is pretty cool here, right? So how do you want your email sound? So this is the voice and tonality. I'm going to say here, friendly. Go next. And then you can select the layout. I'm going to go here, one column, modern colors. You can drop in your logo. And once you drop in your logo, it's actually going to set the colors to align with the logo. I'm going to click generate. Now the AI is going to create your email. And as you can see, this is an AI generated email in the flesh, ready to go. And again, I'm just kind of going through this as a very quick demo of capabilities. But as you can see, like this is something you can customize, drop in your logo. You can change this up. Again, because you have AI throughout, you can ask, AI to change the text. Very similar to the ChatGPT experience, if you will. All right, that's emails. Again, if you guys have any questions with regards to the functionality, emails, etc., please let me know. But I want to be able to show you a couple other things just in the interest of time. I know that we've talked about courses throughout Impact and Scale Summit, as well as landing pages and lead magnets. So I do want to show you these here very quickly. So in order to see our creator functionality, I first want to showcase to you your creator profile that you can build within GetResponse. So similar to what I shared earlier, I've got a course. I use that course for lead gen. I know Dr. Carrie Rose has a course. We've worked with several creators over the last year with GetResponse to launch courses. Our course creator product is awesome because everything lives within your GetResponse account and everything ties back to email marketing, which is really the brain of GetResponse. So as this loads up, this is the back end of my creator profile. I'm going to share my creator profile with you. You can connect a domain to it. You have SEO settings. This right here is my creator profile within GetResponse. So it's pretty clean. I've got my newsletter that's tied to it. So you can go to my newsletter. You can read any sort of updates I add to the newsletter. As you see here, you have my course. This is my course I created. Again, as you can see, it's completely free. This lives within my creator profile. And then this is something you can continue to add to. So you can create more courses, you can create more newsletters. As those newsletters, multiply and you have more content that all kind of lives within this area. The cool thing is you can also create premium newsletters within your creator account. Just so you know, this whole page, this whole experience is SEO optimized. So Google right now, like Carlos Gil GetResponse, my course is going to come up. My creator profile is going to come up as well. And like I said, everything ties back to your account. So every time someone signs up for my course, it actually goes into my contacts. Now, how can you get the most out of the GetResponse suite? Well, it's very simple. You can build websites, you can build landing pages, you can build leads. Let's go to landing pages. So while this loads up, I want to be able to say what's really nice about this is for the price that you pay, you're able to unlock all these bells and whistles. So if you're paying a website developer, if you're paying even hosting fees, you're paying to have a website maintained, with GetResponse, you can do everything within the platform. So if you're a speaker and you want to have a website for your speaking business, or you're a coach and you want to have a website for your coaching business, that can live within the GetResponse framework. And then as you're about to see with all the different, pop-ups and banners that you create within your landing page, That's how you're able to get more people into your email funnel. So once again, you've got templates. You also have an AI powered builder. So I'm going to just say here, I am a public speaker and author and want a website to sell my coaching services and get paid bookings. All right. So let's see here. Marketing, coaching, next step. All right. Recommendations, have a sign up form, have a list, have a gallery of photos, have FAQs, maybe have some videos, testimonials. Next step. And just so you know, since I know we're at 3:30, LaShawn, after I show this, if you want to hop back on, so we can just kind of wrap on this part, and then we'll transition into the next speaker. So I'm going to select ease. And then you can either use your own logo. If you have one, I would recommend uploading it. You can also import styles from your website or other websites. Add your company details. I'm going to skip this for now. And then the magic of AI is doing its thing.
Hey, Carlos, while it's doing its thing, well, it looks like it's coming up. Good.
So as you can see here, you've got a few different options. Let's just go with this design right here in the middle. This is a fully functional, operational website created by AI within GetResponse. Obviously, you wouldn't launch this as is, but you get the gist, right? The AI it puts something together for you, creates a shell of a website, you customize the logo, you drop in your own photos. You can use AI throughout to update all the content. But in the interest of time, I'm gonna have to transition back over to you, Phil. And any questions that you guys have with regards to GetResponse, any one of our tools, please feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you so much, Carlos, for showing that to us, the power of it. It's cool the way you've integrated AI. I just want to highlight the fact that you haven't worked for GetResponse except for the last year, and you've been someone who's been trying it for a long time. So you're someone who, from the outside, figured out this is a tool that you really love. So thank you for being a main sponsor of our event. And we'd love to transition to our final speaker. And it's not LaShawn, but it's Carrie who's going to introduce him because she brought him to the event. And Anthony, it's great to meet you for the very first time. And I'm excited to hear what you have to bring. So
Pleasure to meet you as well.
You go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, LaShawn and I did a little rock, paper, scissors here backstage. Just kidding. I had to be the one to introduce Anthony Trucks. I've known him for a decade now, both like collaboratively and friends. And he's just absolutely one of my favorite people. If you haven't met him or been familiar with his work yet, we're talking to a former NFL player, an American Ninja Warrior, the head of Speak to Freedom, which is an academy that helps people not just learn to speak on stage, but also transition that into scaling products and to scaling programs as well. And is going to be introducing us into dark work today. There's few other things I'd love to say about Anthony here. Not only does he have the mindset, but he also has the tactical ability. This is somebody that over a decade I've watched him, and every time he says he's going to do something, he does it, and he does it immediately, and he does it well. And I just have so much respect for that. And I think that's one of the reasons we've been able to play so long together. So everybody, please turn your attention to Anthony Trucks. I won't take up any more of your time. Anthony, thank you so much for being a part of the summit.
Yeah, pleasure. Well, thank you for the gracious introduction. Mutual feeling for sure. That's why we work together even now. So let's do this, folks. I know you've learned a lot from a lot of great people, a lot of great minds. Some I know, some I don't know, but just in the little bit I've tuned into, I'm like, there's some new things being thrown at you, which is always interesting because we always have ways of doing life, right? And I want to talk to you about this concept called identity. A simpler word for it would be self-image, how you see yourself. And I'm a promise if you just lock in, by the end of our time together, you'll be able to answer the question of how does all my success tie to my self-image/identity? Carrie, that's you. So here's what we're going to talk about today. I want to talk about the way that you show up. And a question I want to start with is, well, who are you? Genuine question, because I'm not just saying like randomly, like, who are you? Like, really, who do you see yourself to be? If I was to ask you to describe yourself, how would you describe yourself? Because that way you describe yourself sets you up for success or failure without you even knowing it, subconsciously. When I say identity, here's what I mean. It's who you are. Actions, patterns, habits, optimism, pessimism, perspectives, framings, action, inaction. It's who you are without thinking about who you are. Your natural state of flow. And that natural flow of what you're doing is what's creating your life and has created it up until now. And what a lot of people don't realize is that little way of how you tick is completely almost blind to you, but it's what other people see, and it's how you perform or don't perform. What Carrie said to you about me is he does things fast, he does them well. That's part of my identity. If I say I'm going to do it, it's who I am to do it. I'm very, we'll call it stringent about strict of what I put in my docket of things to do. So I say yes and say no very precisely. But if I say yes, it will get done in a certain way. Not because I think it will, because it's who I am to do it. Now, how's that tie to you? I'm going to take it to the board because we're going to draw a little picture, and I hope it makes it clear how this all stuff works. So I can see your comments. I can see everything up in the chat. So if you're like, hey, can you hear me? I can read those. Hopefully you can see me. So give me a thumbs up. Anybody, if you guys can still see me, still hear me, we're all good to go. I'm going to progress along as if you said thumbs up. Yep, I like it, Cassie. Appreciate it. So let's do this. I'm going to give you this concept of the things you desire. Think about this. What do you want? Right? I talked about who you are. We're going to talk about that in a second. But even further, what do you want? Like if I was genuinely to sit down with you and go, hey, today is it's Thursday. What do you want out of life? Like, do you want more money? You want more time? You want more energy, more impact, more service, more notoriety, more status? What do you want? Now, I say that because I'm going to give us this little line. And I'm going to say at the center of this little line here is, or the beginning of the line, we'll call it. It's going to be the center point. And I'm going to expand out. And at the very top is the thing that you want most. We'll just call it that. And we're going to say you want more money, right? Maybe you want more time. We'll have little hands there. Maybe you want better relationships with people, right? You want to have just better connection. So if you can't see it, it's just a money sign, a little clock, and then it's like a little person. And so here's what I want to give you as this perspective. Right now, you have this sense of self, this identity, we'll call it, and it has connected to it certain unconscious habits, patterns, actions. It just naturally does what it does. This morning, when we all woke up, something could have happened. All of us would have responded to it differently. For example, if, I don't know, you have been bitten by a dog in the past. Well, if a dog walks in a room without even thinking about it, you're a little bit worried, fight or flight, right? If you've never been bitten by a dog, you might never worry about it. You might have joy and go, oh, look, a puppy, right? Only separation is what's happened in your life and how your brain's instinctually going through a process because of what you had as a stimuli. So that little habit, pattern, action thing runs all day long without you knowing it. And so if a bad email comes in or something pops up, you just go. And it's not to the end of the day that the outcome is a good or a bad outcome that depicts your life. Now, if you run that for weeks, months, years, it extrapolates into your life today. So I'm going to create this little person here in the middle. We'll call this you. This is you. Again, this is a line of what's possible in life, right? What can be attained in goals. This is you. You have what I call as a boundary around you. This boundary is your habits, patterns, and actions. It's your identity. You get to have everything that is within the boundary here. All these things are what you get to have. The problems, the money, the joy, the time, the whatever it is. This is what you get to have because your boundary of habits and patterns and actions that you will do without counting the hours, without stressing, without freaking out over, is what you get to have. Now, outside this line, this little boundary of your habits, patterns, and actions is stuff you don't have. You want more of the money, the time, the relationships, right? You know people that operate with this right here. Right now, you can think of them. You can go, like, I got a friend or a family member or somebody you maybe you've seen training today on the thing going, man, I'd love to have that as a reality for my life. And I'm telling you this, the things that you have are because of how you function and operate at an identity level. Habits, patterns, actions. I'm going to keep on saying that because it's going to stand out in a moment. The habits are the things you do without even thinking about it. Brush your teeth, get up in the morning, your patterns, right? Your patterns are things that happen once somebody triggers you or something happens and you go in a little kind of flow. And some people you've noticed, something small happens and they freak out. Something small happens to somebody else and it's like, no big deal, right? It's just a way that they operate. And they're not even consciously aware that they're doing it. It's just how they run. Because of how they do that, they will always have what's inside the boundary. but they can see what's outside that they want. This is where frustration comes in for a lot of folks. I want this thing. I've been trying this for a long time and I haven't got the outcome. Excuse my cough. I got a little bit of a cough I'm fighting. Excuse me. So all these people will complain about things they want but don't have. Question this: have you ever found yourself fighting to get something over and over and over again, but you never finally get it? Like you've been fighting to get the list built for your get response program. You've been fighting to get more money, fighting to get more team, fighting to get X, Y, Z, but you keep finding yourself in the same place. More energy going out, but not actually having what you want. I've been there myself. And I noticed that for me, it wasn't that I was incapable of having it, but I saw other people who did have it, and I noticed they did things easily that I was struggling to do. They would send the messages, have the calls, make the ask, do the thing. It almost looked effortless to them. They go, why is it that they get to have this thing? And maybe I'm smarter, I have more experience, I've spent more time in this area, but they have this thing that I can't seem to attain. And then I noticed it. It was a sense of how they just kind of naturally flowed. Here's what it is. This person, we'll call it a different color, we'll make this person orange. They operate and have started same place you are, still a center point of a person, right? But their boundary is out here. Their habits, their patterns, their actions, things they are willing to do without stressing over it is greater than yours. So for example, let's say that somebody comes along and goes, hey, I want to build a brand new business, right? I want to get online and become a coach. I want to share my services. Great. You're going to be confronted with certain things. I saw a moment ago, someone on the I think it was the chat said something like this. It's clunky, a little bit difficult. I need something easier. That's a great mentality, right? To say I want it easier. Then I'll tell you this. My first thought goes to, if that's the thing that gives me what I want, that's what I have to learn to do. I can tell myself to create a reason why it's difficult. I want it easy to do that. Or I can say, submit to it. That's what it takes. See, I operate at a different level, at a different boundary. And it's not to say I'm special or I'm better. It's not the case. I just learned to push my boundary out because I realize the things that I want are going to be outside of where I'm currently at. So this is a challenge to your humanity when I say, who are you? You'll describe it, you'll talk about it. But then the bigger question is, who do you want to be? Because who you want to be will determine what you get to have. You can be the person that goes, I don't know about this stuff. I just want to get a team member to do it. I don't want to learn this stuff. And great, no problem. Bigger battle to fight, take longer to get what you want. You'll spend a lot of time and energy and money in something, not get the thing that you want out of it. Or you go, you know what? That's what it takes. Let's rock and roll. And you start taking little actions to get that. Now, these are, again, identity lines. And this is what I call an identity gap. This gap is the gap that you actively feel between what you have and what you want. You're always feeling it. I don't have the time, the money I want, the energy. You have all these things you know you don't quite have. The separation is, can you expand your boundary out to get that? Now, I'm going to pause and ask, does this make sense to you? This is a quick question as a pause. I see a Prince Williams, my man, Kevin Clark. Got it. Good. I'm hoping it makes sense. I'm giving you a kind of a concept that I want to talk to you about how we expand that. The cool thing is you have already done this. Please give yourself a little breath and go, I have? Yeah. When? Here's when. Right now, let's just give an arbitrary age. Let's just say that you happen to be, 30 years old. Say you're 30 years old, right? Well, this is a boundary of 30-year-old you. Guess what? This right here is 18-year-old you. You didn't used to be what you are now. At some point in time, it expanded, right? At some point in time, you took on new responsibilities, new tasks, new dreams, new ideas. It got pressed out, but it happened in one of two ways. Happened either on demand, you chose to step into it, or the tough one, when crap hit the fan. You were broke, relationship was failing, you lost your job, you had a new thing come into your life you didn't expect, a sickness, something, right? All of a sudden, you're forced to have to find a way to do something different. And then interestingly, you mustered up the energy. You figured it out, right? It might have taken you longer than you wanted to, but you figured it out. Why? Because you're here right now. So you've already done this, but you did it in a way that is not conducive to getting a goal met and achieving something you want. You did it in a way that is, well, back against the wall. I have to press myself out, and I get to a point I go, cool, okay, I'm not in stress. I'm a little bit more ease. Let me sit down and chill. And now you're sitting there waiting for the next thing to push you when crap hits the fan. You still have a desire for something more, but you haven't yet chosen to do it on demand. You may think you want to do it, but thoughts and actions, two different things. You may desire that and go, I want to get up and get that, but do the actions match? When I say the actions match, Do your habits and patterns and actions match the area you want to expand into? That's the bigger question. So how do we expand into this? My work is in a concept called dark work. I'll give you like a little visual of this, if it makes sense. Let's say you're in a position where we'll make this a hill. Let's say it's a little hill right here. It's not the perfect visual. This pen isn't doing the penning that I want it to, right? At the top of the hill, we're going to call this the identity you want to have, which will do everything you want. We'll call it this identity here. Right now, you happen to sit down here. You have to do something to get up to the top of the hill. We call that a vehicle. Something has to carry you up. I call that dark work. It's the work you do in the dark, behind the scenes, that allows you to win in the light. You've already done this. Again, I mentioned it, but think about it this way. Where in your life have you done something behind the scenes that was a soul test? It was a crucible, right? It challenged you. You got to a point where you're like, I don't want to do this. This is difficult. I hate this. Like, I want to run away, right? It was in the dark that nobody was seeing you do it. Nobody celebrated you. You probably had friends and family make fun of you, poke, prod. What are you doing? That's not what you do. Come on, you'll give that up, right? People, in fact, would kind of try to push you back into this old box, that you know doesn't give you what you want. But at some point, you did that stuff. The late night glow of the computer, the early mornings, the hard workouts, the getting a logo created, getting on to GetResponse and getting this new thing built. Those long, I remember all those arduous nights. Like, I'm a football player, but I now know how to build websites, build apps, code, speak, fix cars, these random things I can do in life because I just go, I got to figure it out. And I would expand it out. And the dark work looks like this. It's the uncomfortable stuff that slowly goes from discomfort to mastery and joy. And here's how it works. And you could attest to this in some part of your life. There was some time when you took a new step towards something. I don't know what it was. You took a new step towards it and you tried it. You were excited about it. Oh, I can't wait to go do this thing. I'm going to learn to get a podcast going or play the banjo, right? You started doing this thing and you noticed first time you did it, you sucked at it. Ever happened? Like, you suck. Like, you really, like, let's be honest, you are not good at this thing. You have what I call imposter syndrome too. You're like, man, I suck at this. I don't want anybody to know I suck. Well, it's okay. It starts that way. But the 10 of 10 of pain, we'll call it, sets in and you go, God, what do I do? Now, the majority of people will take that moment and go, I don't want to feel that again. I'm going to turn and run and make a good excuse so people in my life understand and accept my excuse. But I know in my heart, I didn't push through. But it's okay. I've convinced myself it's okay. The person that's successful looks at that and goes, okay, I did it. 10 of 10 of pain. I learned something. I learned one little nugget. You know what? Let me try it again. It's masochistic. It's you're subjecting yourself intentionally to something that is not fun. It hurts. You suck at doing it, but you do it again. Guess what happens? You come back and go, oh my gosh, I did it. 9.5 of pain. It still sucks. It's not any easier. Like, it's a little bit, but like, God, it's so minuscule. It's almost, you can't even tell the difference. And it was hard, but I tried it. And maybe I step away. And a lot of folks, even then, step away. But some of you crazy people, 1 to 3% of you that have great success, you go, but I learned something else. Let me try it again. You get in, you do it again. It's a 9 of pain. Even then, people are like, look, you've been trying this so many times. You suck at this. Please stop. Why are you embarrassing yourself? And a lot of normal, logical people go, you're right, I'm done. They get out of that. But not the 1 to 3%. Not you people out here. Not the people that get out here. They go, no, I learned something new. I'm going to do it again, right? So you do it again, and it's an 8. It's a 7. It's a 6. And then eventually, it gets to a 0. Now, here's one thing I want you to grasp. Most people get this completely wrong. They think that at 0, it's painless. Painless doesn't give me pride or joy or power. It's not painless at 0. It's joy. It's an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. And, oh my, look what right? You beat your chest. You feel proud of yourself and you can't wait to go do it. That's the coaches, the speakers, online present. That's you, who you want to be. You do something to where over time, when everybody else stopped, you didn't. And you kept building. And all of a sudden you become the shining person at the top of the hill. You get to come back and say, look what I did, world, or look what I've accomplished. And you actually, the thing that you used to do that you hated doing, you sucked at doing, you become so amazing. You can't wait to get out there and do it again and again and again. And here's what I'm going to tell you. That's the journey that you've gone through already. That's the journey of dark work. But your choice is, how do you do this? Do you do it on demand or only when crap hits the fan? I highly recommend you do it on demand. And it's going to mean you have to identify What are the actions out here already? They're already set for you. Someone is already living the life you want. Take a look at them, study them, or at least pay attention and go, well, what are the things that they're doing that are need to be done that I don't feel confident or I don't identify with? You'll be presented with a set of actions, habits, patterns. You'll see it all. It's the whole idea of what would Jesus do? What would The Rock do? What would, Live Strong? You can look at someone who's living a life in your area. If you ask yourself, well, if it was 4 a.m. and the alarm goes off, would The Rock get up and get a workout in? The answer is yes. We get a workout in if I want to be like The Rock in that area. You see what I'm saying? So the idea is, well, what does this look like and what do the actions look like? Your job is to figure out what those are and to start doing them. In the beginning, they will feel like a 10 of 10 of pain. It's uncomfortable. It sucks. I'm not good at this. But you do it again and again and again and again. And I'm going to tell you this. It eventually goes from being something that you don't like to do, it's so hard to do, to where it's hard not to do it. It's a big difference. There are things like, for me, I speak for a living now. I get on stage and I talk. It was hard in the beginning to even formulate words and thoughts and ideas without having a script or anything, even in the beginning. Now, I love doing this. I'm here for free hanging out with you guys. I love just talking and sharing with you guys, right? So the idea is I love doing it, but it took me having to go through a journey, and it happens over time. But here's what it has to be. You have to take a look at what it is that you want, right? Where does it live in the scale, we'll call it? What's your current boundary? Who is at the boundary of the identities, habits, patterns, and actions you want? And then if it's within that, what do you have to do? And then I want you to think about this. You do not here's where imposter syndrome sets in for so many people, and it kills them because you're messing this one piece up. You need to stop identifying with the outcome. The whole idea that comparison is the greatest thief of joy. Yes, you're comparing yourself to this every day. So you're not seeing progress. You're not getting yourself farther. Identify with the effort. Can you be the person who is willing to give the effort today? If I'm that person, then when I do that, instead of having a sense of failure for not being the outcome, I have a sense of accomplishment for being the person that completed what everybody else was running from. You separate yourself little by little by little. And now one day you wake up and find yourself in this realm here. So what does all this have to do with anything we're talking about? Here's where it is. When I asked you earlier, who are you? There's a set of thoughts that come into your head of I'm a mom, or I'm a dad, or I'm a coach, or I'm a sibling, or I'm a leader, I'm a business owner, whatever it might be. And I want you to start thinking about the person who is living in a space in that realm beyond where you're at, where you desire to be. If I ask that same person a question, who are they? What would they say? Are they the leader? Are they the go-getter? Are they the animal of it? Are they the beast? I call it a dominator's identity. How would they identify? And then with that, what ways do they think? What are the habits? What are the patterns? What are the thought processes? What might be the mindset tucked away inside? And identity is way different than mindset, by the way. Most people have a mindset that when they're in an identity, it just happens. They don't think about the mindset. It's just, this is who I am. This is how I function. You would describe that as their mindset. But I want you to start thinking about that, because here's what happens. You're going to be presented on your journey to the thing that you want that exists, maybe even beyond this, but up into this space here. You will be presented continuously with things that do not initially align with comfort for your current identity. Ever heard of the comfort zone? That's literally what we're talking about here. This is where you're comfortable. This is your comfort zone. Everything outside of the things you want live in a space of discomfort comparatively to this. So when you are approached with those situations and moments, the thing isn't to go, gosh, is this difficult or is it clunky or is it hard? The idea is to go, is that what somebody who has what I want does? Okay, great. That's what I must do. It will suck. It will be hard, but I will eventually navigate this. You'll learn it. You'll ask questions. You'll get coaching, get leaders. There are the people that are giving you great ideas and honestly products and programs to be able to utilize to go forward. Everything you need is there. You don't have it. Here's the thing. Sometimes folks have there's safety in information as we come to a close in a moment. I have this bookshelf of books, and I call something that we have in our minds, I call it shelf esteem. You got a shelf of books. I got the information here. I feel good. It's right there if I need it, but it's not in here. On top of that, there's sometimes I'll take a book off the shelf and I'll read it. It's in the shelf of my mind. This is where people go, I know what to do. Yeah, I got it. I read that book. I know what to do. Next question. Are you doing it consistently? Is it part of your natural habits, patterns, and actions? Is it part of your identity to do that? Because if it's not, you got to move out of the space of consuming information and start acting upon it. It is not what you know. It is not the information you hold. It's what you do with the information you hold. You can give an amazing set of blueprints and a hammer and all the tools to a newborn baby, and they will never build the house because the identity isn't capable of using the tools to build what needs to be built. But if you give a hammer to a construction worker and go, build me a house, they will find the tools. They will make the blueprints because that identity knows how to be able to do what's needed to create the outcome it desires. So my thought to you is to go, as you are presented with new ideas today, new information today, ask yourself, who do I want to be? Am I here? How do I get out to here? And what does that identity have as a comprised set of habits, patterns, and actions that in the moment where difficulty arises, you make a decision in the direction of this identity, not for the one that is keeping you still. And I'll leave it at this last little piece. You naturally have this internal sense of you that goes comfortable, not comfortable. It's an internal part of you that wants to stay in comfort. Your brain, for the most part, it's not designed to optimize. It's great at adapting. Our brain is great at adapting what the situation is. It doesn't go, how do I make things better? Unless you force it to. So your job is to go out there and you see situations, see different things. Don't go with what the brain wants to go with, which also the brain is designed to keep you safe. So it sees everything as a threat. Not everything's a threat. In fact, most things we're telling you today are all opportunities if you see them that way. And your job is in the middle of when you see yourself having tension to stop for a moment, separate from that and go, does the identity that I want to have in the future feel like this? Because really what that is, it's the weaker version of you that doesn't want to get hurt. It's the one that's like, I don't know. It's trying to keep you comfortable in the zone of where you're at. If you want to get out here, you have to shut that one down, think about what the bigger identity would do and expand into that. You do that, my friends, you'll have yourself in a way different position, faster than you know, having an amazing life, utilizing everything you're learning here today and then some. So I hope this serves you. I see up there, Carrie, I might have got done a couple minutes early, but if we have any room for Q&A, I'm very happy to serve you guys in that aspect too.
This was amazing, Anthony. I can't tell you how much I needed to hear this and needed the reminder. And I'm sure there's so many people there that did as well. Please go ahead and drop your questions inside of the chat. And I will be using self-esteem going forward. That's definitely one of the.
I know how it goes. I got a lot of books people send me that I don't get a chance to read. And I'm reading that's called it's an influential book about something like something's Bible. I gotta find it. It's in my sauna. Then I'm reading How to Draw, and I'm listening to Disciple Cybernetics again. I get it, but I'm trying to consume because for me, it's like everybody else. There's a lot of things that I go, oh, I got that. I feel good, but it's not good until I have it in and I have it being worked on in my life.
Absolutely, and I always stress about this one point with clients. Like when you're building a course for somebody, you're wanting those people on the other end to become a different person. So I almost feel like everybody needs to go do dark work first and then go. All of the other things.
It's all dark work. We all do this. And that's the thing is we just all of us choose to do things when it's at the finish line, like we're right to, the most dangerous people in the world in a positive way, I'll say, most dangerously are the ones that you meet them and every 6 months they're better. They're different. Mm-hmm. What are they doing? They're forcing themselves to enjoy feeling the discomfort. Those are the winners we see. Those are the ones that make the programs, the get response. Even that whole thing exists because someone goes, I have a desire to create something. That journey, I guarantee, is thousands of people have done a ton of dark work to make it what it is. And so our jobs realize that that's the path that's the price of admission. It's the path we want most. And you don't see things as problems, they're puzzles. And personally, I love puzzles. So I don't see it as like, oh, it's a problem. I go, oh, new puzzle. When I solve it, new skill set, puts in the backpack. Let me trudge on my journey to get something cool done.
Nice. It's a little level up side quest back into back into moving forward. Somebody said, how do you commit to doing something extremely fast?
Oh, you plan it. So I am not a person. This is a really simple thing. When I have a new idea, or I get a new program, do anything, I will literally go into my calendar and I will allocate the amount of hours I think it takes to get that done. I usually overdo it by 25%. And I modularly by hour plug it into my calendar. And here's the thing I tell people, your calendar must be a slave to your dreams. You then become a slave to your calendar. Doesn't mean the calendar is every single hour you're working. I shut down about 2:45 most days, but the calendar is structured from about 6 a.m. to 2:45 of what my dreams are. And I say slave intentionally because the dream is going to force you to do something. The calendar must follow it, even if it doesn't want to follow it. Same thing with myself to my calendar. The calendar says to do it, I got to do it. And I can tell you, I don't wake up every day going like, I can't wait to film 5 hours of videos. Like, that's not how it works. But if the calendar says it, I submit to it. And here's what happens. It does get hard in the beginning. I start learning how to optimize that, how to prepare, how to like before videos, I go, okay, cool. What does my pre-video state change look like? How do I get myself amped up? But now I'm not trying to find ways to like, I'll do it tomorrow, but go, I'm the individual who gets this done today. How do I get myself to get it done? And I start optimizing for that outcome. And then it gets easier and easier. Now someone goes, and how do you do 5 hours of video? You learn to do 5 hours of video by doing 5 hours when it's on the calendar to get done.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. I love that you're just giving the realness here, because it does take work. It does take effort, and it does really take holding your feet to the fire. If you said you're going to do it, you have to trust that you're going to do it. Like the second you start lying to yourself, you're never going to believe your own word. And that's where things start to fall apart.
Then you won't set plans. You won't set goals properly. And let's put it this way. Every person right now, ask yourself, what's the thing you're most proud of? For me, it's my family and my marriage. If you know my story, you'll know why. That's my most proud thing. Now I'm going to ask you this. How easy was it to have that in life?
Right.
For none of us, it was. Everything you're proud of took grit. So I go, if we know that thing that we're proud of took time and grit, why are we avoiding that thing? The difficulty-wise, it'll give us the thing we seek in pride, power, and confidence you're looking for. So, in fact, the difficulty is the thing you should be seeking, because it'll give you the joy at the backside you're seeking even more.
And also kind of to the point of what you said earlier in your talk, if you're not seeking it, it will find you anyways, and not the ways that you're looking for. So somebody asked, do you follow your heart or your mind?
Both. But also I listen. So it's interesting to answer that way. So my heart has an idea of what I want to do. My mind is designed to keep me safe. It's designed to see holes. But when a heart has made a choice for something, it's a different, deeper thing. If you read Psycho-Cybernetics, you get this. But it talks about like your identity is an automatic mechanism. You pretty much tell it what to do, and it does what it does. So when you stew on negative things, it's just doing whatever it's being programmed to do. So my heart goes, I want to do this. I make a commitment to go do that, and I don't let the mind get in the way. I go, mind, I want you to solve the problem of how do I do this, not how to talk my heart out of wanting this. So my heart wants it, my mind goes in. Now, in the middle of that, my mind will talk to the heart, and the heart has to take insight in and go, hey, is it working? Is it worth it? How does that flow? And I may adjust course, but I found this is the heart for all of us. It's an interesting thing because it's attached to their subconscious and more of your conscious than you even imagine. So when you get presented with something that gives you curiosity, this like, what is this, right? A lot of people turn that off. And I believe when people go, I want my purpose, I believe the path to purpose is, what are you curious about? The curiosity is a thing that is difficult because most people go, well, it's curious. I don't want to spend time there, but you'll spend uncounted hours finding out why seahorses, males can have babies, right? Hours and hours, right? But here's what happens. The investment bias of humans kick in. I'm curious. I lean in. I've given so much. I desire something back. And what I have is a passion now. The return on that investment is a passion about this. So I'm doing things that most people won't do because I'm passionate about it now. Crazy talk. They think I'm crazy. And all of a sudden I stumble on the journey in what I call a pothole of purpose. And so for me, it's like when people go head of the heart, I want my heart to lead. My mind will follow and push and make these things happen because I then do things without counting the hours. I get passionate about this thing and I feel excited about it. And then as I'm doing this work, I find the purpose of what I'm supposed to do for my life or for this task in my stage in life.
I love all of that. There's a question in the comments too about like, how did your family really prepare you for this in terms of struggles and in terms of overcoming them?
In the best of ways. So I'm not going to deep my story. I grew up in foster care, given away at 3 years old, had a really hard childhood. And I'm not alone in that in any way, but I will say this, it's a painting on my wall here. You can't see it. It says, smooth seas never made skilled sailors. So my life, my family, all these things, I had a lot of difficulty. And while I don't like what happened, I appreciate who it made me. And so the difficulties, the hardships, all part of it. Now my family becomes both my anchor and my fuel. They anchor me to the destination I want to go and my fuel to make sure that I'm enjoying the ride. Because when I'm done here, this right now, I'm going to go hang out at the track with my wife and kids. I borderline like, I love this, but that's what I'm really doing it for. I want to be able to do something I love to do that provides time and freedom for my life to go and live my life how I choose to. But also if my kids ever see you in public and even someone goes, well, who's your dad? They say, Anthony Trucks. I want them to go, oh, your dad was a great man. So the way I show up in the world matters for the legacy of my kids, to where the lessons I've poured into them every dinner, every race, every game, every if I am not the guy behind the scenes, then when they do at that moment of finding out who I am, I have now ripped down everything I tried to teach them. So when I show up in the world and I follow my heart and I push and I do things, I'm not doing it just for Anthony. I'm doing it for the vision of who Anthony is, so my kids can go, yeah, the things my dad taught me, not only did he tell me they helped me, the rest of the world actually believes him to be true. Like this, I'm locking in on those things. I'm going to keep doing them for the rest of my life. So it's a big interwoven kind of way that I live, to make sure that I'm both living for them as the anchor, what I'm dialed into, but also the fuel as to why I go through that journey.
That's amazing. When you talk about impact, you're also talking about the legacy for your family as well,
Heck yeah.
as the impact you're making on others. So that's so beautiful. Anthony, is there anything you'd like to share with them before we start wrapping for the day?
I will say this. Today, you guys have got a lot, which I'm sure it's been awesome, and that's great. Take one thing and apply it. Not all things, because it's going to be hard, but make sure there's a list of where they exist. Your job is to learn how to master the process of dark work. The reason is this. Everything I'm talking about on that board there, it's essentially a brain thing at a neurological and psychological level. You're trying to rewire how you function, to where you're not having to think about and overwhelm and stress. No, it should just be a natural way you do it. Because there's certain things that I would do that someone goes, oh my gosh, how'd you do that month? And I go, that month, that was just Thursday morning. Same task. And I'm not saying that I'm better. I'm just saying I built the muscle, like in a weight room, I built the muscle and strength over time. So find the thing that helps you build the muscle, and then that strength can be applied to multiple more things you'll find in life on the journey to where you want. And that's how you expand and close that identity gap I talked about.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Anthony, for coming on the summit today. Certainly appreciate you, sir. And guys, everything he said today, I've watched this man for 10 years. He lives by what he says. So I appreciate your way of being, sir.
Very welcome. Thank you for having me. Hope you guys have great weekends ahead too.
Yes.
Take care, all.
All right. Bye, Anthony.
Thanks for being here. Yeah.
And kind of to touch on what he was saying too, I don't know if any of you have been to Unleash the Power Within. It's a Tony Robbins event. But in it, Tony will say something to the effect of, those people who go for a good life get fair. And those people that go for a great life get good. And those people that go for an amazing life get great. And those who go for outstanding actually get outstanding. And what the people who want the fair life they get poor. And so the more that we actually hold ourselves to that kind of a standard, the more that we do that kind of dark work that Anthony was talking about, the better chance that you actually have of creating that outstanding life, not only for yourself, the people that you come in contact with, but I think also to Anthony's point here, to your legacy, to your family, and to kind of that impact and that scale that you're creating here while you're alive. So anyways, Phil, thank you for running an amazing summit with us, sir.
Oh, absolutely. And I just wanted to also add a corollary concept that Anthony was talking about. I often talk about shelf notes. So people go to conferences and their notes all end up on the shelf and they don't do anything with them. So to Anthony's point, and one that we made earlier, find that one thing and then break it down into what can I do today that can move me toward that. I think the daily progress that he talked about is one of those things we often make it a big goal that we have, but so big that we actually don't make progress toward it. But break it down and go past your comfort zone. I heard one of the motivational speakers say that growth is on the other side of pain. So we actually have to experience a little bit of pain to grow. So I appreciate being part of this with you, Carrie. I appreciate all the people who hung around here to the end. I think it's impressive. We actually went past time a little bit, and thankful that everybody was here, the way they were learning, the way they were engaging. It's been a blast.
And guys, if you have anything that you're wanting to continue on, that was a part of our bundle today, to make sure to go ahead and check that out. It'll be in the email series that you got in order to get on this call, and our follow-up email sequences as well. Make sure to check that out. There's a lot of things that can really propel you into action. And I believe part of it was also, I want to say Anthony's offer was around dark work as well. And it feels like for me, that's the fundamental, because if you listen to anybody that was on here today, all of us had a story, an origin story that started in a place that wasn't the best. You know, if you look at what Shaw said, I know LaShawn's story, I know my story, I know what Trex was just sharing, you know, and you know, you can come from behind and propel really far forward. So if you're not even behind, if you're kind of in the middle, you can still get to 100% of where you're going if you have the right tools in place, if you do the right identity work, and if you really apply yourself and hold your feet to the fire. So go ahead and check out the bundle, and also remember 100% of proceeds from that bundle, anything that's sold for that goes to Wounded Warrior Project. So something we definitely believe in. I come from a long history military family leading back to the Revolutionary War and married a Marine. So 100% behind that project and program. So thank you guys so much for coming on today and spending over 4 hours with us. Take care. And Phil, do you have anything before we sign off?
Yeah, there were a couple of people talking about the recordings. We will provide that in the series of emails that we will send out later. So, and we're seeking to get some of the other resources all compiled for you that speakers have talked about today. So expect that. What was it, next week, Carrie, that some of that stuff will come out?
Don't know as of yet, because we're going to have to ask for resources from the speakers that haven't been originally requested. So I can't give an actual deadline on that. But check your inbox and things will be coming to you. We'll be as transparent as we can be.
All right. Well, thank you again, Carrie. Thank you, everybody. It's been a great day.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Bye for now.